A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Over to the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. As we join them, Harriet is in the living room, very busy with her knitting, when Ozzie enters the room.
Hello, honey. What have you been doing? You look a little beat up.
Oh, I've been outside working on my victory garden. I think the birds have eaten up most of the seeds, though.
Well, I thought you put up that scarecrow, and he was doing such a wonderful job.
That scarecrow's as good as nothing. You know what I think?
What?
Every time the sun comes out good and hot, he sneaks down to the corner for a short beer.
Well, at least working in that garden gets you out in the sun a little.
As a matter of fact, I think I'm looking pretty healthy, don't you? Of course, it was kind of a rugged winter, you know, and I still have these circles under my eyes.
Mm-hmm, but they look much better now. They used to go all the way around, didn't they? Hey, what happened to the side of your face there?
Oh, I cut it, shading as usual. Hey, which reminds me, were you sharpening pencils with my straight razor yesterday?
Of course not, dear.
Are you positive?
Certainly.
I had an awful time with a blade this morning. I'll bet somebody was sharpening pencils with it yesterday.
Ozzie, that's absolutely impossible, because I had it with me in the garden all day yesterday cutting out weeds.
Now, look, honey, a razor blade is only for shaving. And I put shaving cream on my face, and I get it good and lathered, and then I run the razor over my whiskers.
Yes?
I like to cut them off, not line them up. Now, the only thing for me to do is get an electric razor, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It'll make weeding the garden so much faster.
No, fine.
Say, will you look through that bundle of old clothes before I get them to the relief?
Okay. Hey, where'd you find this stuff, anyway?
Most of it was in the attic.
Oh, boy, where did this long woolen underwear come from?
Well, don't you remember? You bought those for yourself when we were first married.
Oh, yeah. I really started from scratch, didn't I? Oh, honey, wait a minute. Don't give this away. This is my old football suit. Oh, what memories. Oh. Hey, I can't find my shoulder pads here. Wonder where the shoulder pads are.
Well, don't you remember, honey? Last year you asked me to sew them in your sport coat.
Oh, yeah. I'm kind of tired. That working in the garden must have done me in.
Ozzie, look out. You're sitting on the knitting needle.
Why in the world do you always leave knitting needles on the chair point up? I don't know why you insist on knitting anyway. I'll admit you make good pies and you bake good cakes.
Well, for your information, I'm getting pretty darn good at this, too. I've been knitting so much lately, I knit with my eyes closed.
I think that's how you knitted that last sweater for me, with your eyes closed.
Well, so what if I did make it a little large? I thought you'd grow into it.
Harriet, I may get a little heavier, but my arms aren't going to get 2 feet longer.
Well, couldn't you roll the sleeves up?
Oh, I like it where I have it now, as a throw rug in my den.
Well, don't worry, because this one doesn't happen to be for you.
You know, I never will forget that first sweater you knitted for me. Remember, you knitted the back and the front and the sleeves all separately, and then you didn't know how to put it together?
I finally did manage, though.
Yeah, it was so hard to wear. That Scotch tape kept coming off.
Well, it was your own idea.
Hey, that sure is a small sweater you're knitting there. Who's that for, a midget?
You'll find out when I'm ready to tell you, not before. It happens to be a little surprise. Oh, my goodness, look at the time. I'm supposed to be downtown. Here, give me that sweater. And stop looking so puzzled. It's supposed to be a surprise. See you later, dear.
Gee, I wonder what it... Well, of course. Knitting a little sweater. So that's her surprise. Oh-ho! Ha-ha! And that Bing Crosby thinks he's so smart. Come in. Oh, hello, Emmy Lou. Come on in.
Oh, don't get up, please, Mr. Nelson. I just stopped in to see how Mrs. Nelson likes my new hairdo.
Well, I'm awful sorry, Emmy Lou, but she just went downtown. However, if you'd like the opinion of a slightly aging juvenile, I should say it looks super.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Got a big date for tonight?
Well, sorta. It seems that this boy is stationed near here, and his mother is a friend of Mother and Daddy, one of those things. He's a terribly nice boy, but I feel like I'm sort of robbing the cradle.
Oh, he's pretty young, hey?
Young. He's practically a child.
But he's in the Army?
Yes.
I see. Well, I won't tell anybody. But I do have a little secret for you.
Oh, really? What is it?
Oh, I don't know, though. This has to be kept a secret, and you sort of have that, just wait until I run over and tell the girls in the sorority look in your eye.
Oh, no, Mr. Nelson, tell me, please.
Well, it seems there's going to be a new arrival at the Nelson household.
Baby, oh, isn't that wonderful? Oh, wait till I tell... Oh, Mr. Nelson. How can anybody possibly keep a secret like that? When did Mrs. Nelson tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact, she didn't yet. You see, she's trying to pull a big surprise, but I'm a little too smart for her. I happened to see her knitting a little sweater, you see, and...
What's the matter, Mr. Nelson?
Nothing, just a little dizziness. It'll pass you. And as I said, I noticed her knitting this tiny garment, you see, and... Oh, I'm sorry, would you care for one of these pickles? All of a sudden, I seem to have a craving for them. Would you?
No, thanks.
Oh, well, anyway, here's what I'm going to do. You see, I'm going down to the department store and buy a complete outfit of baby stuff. You know, all the clothes and all the... everything, you see?
Oh, I catch. And then when she tells you what the surprise is, you can prove that you knew it all along.
Right.
Has the busy spell gone, Mr. Nelson?
Oh, don't worry about me. I've been a father twice, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. Let me see. Ricky is 5 and David's about 8 now, isn't he?
That's right. And gosh, you know, it seems like yesterday that Harriet was singing that song they wrote for David when he was a baby. I remember the night she introduced him. It was on Bing's program.
Idol of his father and his mother and his sister and his brother and his cousins and his aunt. Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan. Who's the ruler of the kitchen and the parlor and the bedroom, every corner where his little feet can dance. Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered tent. When it's nice and quiet, who's the little lad? Likes to start a riot because it's fun being bad. Who's the perfect little resident? Who's gonna be the president? Why, anyone can tell you at a glance. Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered tent.
Who's the loudest little shouter? Who's the cutest little pouter to his sisters and his cousins and his aunts? Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered tent. And from breakfast time till supper, who's the leading breaker-upper of the furniture, the dishes, and the plants? Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan. He's the sun above us, he's the moon and stars. Long as he will love us, this whole wide world will be ours. He's a naughty little rascal, he's a nuisance, but we wouldn't take $1 million for him if we had the chance. That's what we think of the kid in the three-cornered pan.
Beautiful song, Mr. Nelson. And now with this little stranger arriving, the song will be new all over again.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Oh, say, if you want to get those baby things before the store closes, you better hurry.
Oh, you're right. Well, thanks. I'll be on my way. Goodbye, Annie Lou.
Goodbye, Mr. Nelson.
Third floor, sporting goods, men's clothing, boots and shoes. Have your coupons ready. Hey, don't you want to get off here, mister?
No, thanks. I'm going to the next floor. That's the last one, I believe.
Well, I don't like to seem personal, but the next floor is the maternity department.
Well, it probably seems strange, but I'm going to surprise my wife.
You're going to surprise your wife. I wonder if there's such a thing as elevator fatigue. Oh, well, up we go.
I guess I didn't make myself very clear. You see, my wife doesn't think I know about it, but I saw her knitting a little sweater.
Oh, knitting a little sweater, hey? Mm-hmm. Hey, what color?
Why do you ask?
Well, if it was blue, she's expecting a boy, and if it was pink, she's expecting a girl. What color was it?
Green.
Now, that's a devil-may-care attitude. Well, so long, and congratulations.
Oh, thanks. I'd give you a cigar, but I don't have one with me. They're so hard to get these days.
Yeah, ain't it the truth? Hey, did you hear the one about the guy who found his favorite brand of cigars? He was so happy, he went around giving away his children. Well, so long, bud. Don't take no wooden diapers.
Very funny, wooden diapers. He doesn't know, but that's what they're making them out of now. Gosh, this might be a little embarrassing. Look at all the women. Nothing on this floor but women. I bet I'm the only...
May I help you, sir?
Oh, well, that is... Well, yes, I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, well, why come here? Have you tried Hobby Lobby? I'm only joking, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I am a little flustered.
Haven't you ever been a father before?
Oh, yes, twice. We have 2 boys now.
I see. They in the service?
No, they're just 5 years and 8 years old.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, now, what can I do for you?
Well, I want to buy some of the regular baby things.
Well, this is the baby department. See anything you want?
Well, I really don't know.
Well, how about a bassinet?
A bassinet?
Mm-hmm. Could you use a bassinet?
Well, yes, I guess so. Now, what else should a baby have these days? Sure.
Well, how about some rubber pants?
Rubber pants? Yes, that sounds good. It does rain quite a bit here in California.
Oh, brother. Well, let's see, what else?
Let me... Oh, I tell you, I'll take some of those little nighties up there. And some of these little shirties. And a few blankets and some of those three-cornered pants. You'd better make those king size.
Okay. How about some talcum powder?
Talcum powder? Oh, no, he won't shave for a long time.
Oh, brother. Or did I say that before? Will that be all then?
Yes, I guess I'll be fine. And will you send them out to the house, please? The name is Nelson.
Okay. And the address?
1847 Rogers Road.
Rogers Road. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. And I'll bet the baby will look just like you.
Well, we won't care as long as he's healthy. I hope my wife doesn't buy all the same things I just bought. I think she's out making preparations for the new arrival, too.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Nelson. May I help you?
Yes, thank you.
Now, don't tell me you've finished knitting the little sweater already.
Well, no, not yet. But before I went any further, I wanted to make sure I was making the sweater in the right size.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're perfectly welcome to check for yourself. He's in the left-hand cage, the third Cocker Spaniel from the end.
Oh, thanks. I can't wait till we get him home. He's the cutest little dog in your store.
Well, say, does your husband know about the surprise yet?
Well, he was getting a little suspicious, so I did hint about the new arrival. But I didn't say whether it was going to be a cat or a dog or a parrot, so I'm sure he doesn't know what kind of an animal to expect.
Well, I see. I'll send the dog over whenever you notify me. I hope your husband will be surprised.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Goodbye.
Ozzie will be surprised, and Harriet will be, too, if in a somewhat different way. Well, now, during the intermission, Ozzie Nelson will double in brass and step into the pit to lead his orchestra.
And now back to Ozzie and Harriet. To put it mildly, things have gotten pretty confused with the occupants of 1847 Rogers Road since Ozzie walked in and saw Harriet knitting a sweater for the Cocker Spaniel she's purchased. As a matter of fact, Ozzie is still out shopping for baby things. As our scene opens, Harriet is phoning the pet shop.
Hello?
Hello?
This is Mr. Kern.
This is Mrs. Ozzie Nelson. You left word for me to phone you.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry to trouble you, Mrs. Nelson.
Mrs. Nelson.
Oh, darn that parrot. I'm sorry, Mrs. Nelson.
I understand. But what is it, Mr. Cairns? I hope my puppy's all right.
Oh, yes, he's fine. But I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. I'm only the clerk here, you understand. And the owner has just informed me that the Cocker Spaniel you chose cannot be sold without his sister. They've been together since they were born, and he wants to keep them together. Naturally, I'll refund your deposit. Unless, of course, you're willing to take both of them.
Oh, well, gee, I'm really crazy about that little Cocker Spaniel, and I've already promised my husband a surprise. Oh, I guess it'll be all right. I'll take both of them.
Oh, fine. I'm so glad. I'll keep them here till you want them, Mrs. Nelson.
Do you want some, Mrs. Nelson?
Thank you. Goodbye.
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 Oh, shut up!
Well, looks like Ozzie's going to get a double surprise. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. I just found out that the little Cocker Spaniel I was going to buy has a twin sister. So I'm going to take both of them.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm. I just about finished knitting one of the little sweaters, and, well, I wondered if you'd help me with the other.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Oh, thanks, Gloria. Now, remember now, don't you say anything to Mr. Nelson, because it's supposed to be a surprise. Big secret.
Oh, you can depend on me, Mrs. Nelson. Nobody can keep a secret better than I can. You know my boyfriend, Elmer?
Yes.
Well, I've been secretly engaged to him for 2 years, and nobody knows about it.
Oh, nobody at all?
Not even Elmer.
Well, that's fine, Gloria. Oh, by the way, when Mr. Nelson comes in, would you tell him I'd like to see him, please?
Okay.
Pop. Where have you been all afternoon?
Oh, hello, David. I've just been doing a little shopping.
What were you buying?
Well, come on over here and sit down, David. Your Pop wants to have a little talk with you.
Okay.
Well, David, you have a birthday coming up pretty soon, haven't you?
Still quite a ways off, Pop.
Yeah, I know, but there are some things you have to plan well in advance.
What do you mean, Pop?
Well, I'll come right to the point. Your mother and I have been sort of talking things over. And for your birthday present, how would you like a little baby brother or sister?
Well, if it's all the same to you and Mother, I'd rather have a pony.
Well, I'm afraid a pony's a little out of the question.
Well, Bobby Vito just got a baby brother. Very nice one, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got him from Dr. Brown. Hey, we take from him, too, don't we?
Yes. Yes, we do, David. Are you sure you wouldn't like a baby brother? You seem pretty interested.
Well, I wouldn't want Bobby to think I was copying him. Maybe you'd better give me a baby sister.
Oh, if you're afraid of copying Bobby, maybe we could get his mother and father to exchange their babies.
Well, I don't think they'd take him back. You see, they've already used him 4 days.
Well, I tell you, think it over anyway, David, and I'll talk to you later. Oh, hello, Gloria.
I'll see you later, Pop.
Hello, Mr. Nelson. Did you know that Mrs. Nelson was looking for you?
Oh, no, I didn't. I just got home a little while ago. I had quite a day shopping.
Oh, have you been shopping?
I'll say. I've been to the May Company, the Broadway, Saks Fifth Avenue, and a couple of others.
Oh, Saks Fifth Avenue. I used to be a sales girl there.
Oh, I didn't know that, Gloria.
Oh, yes. And they paid me a big honor when I worked there.
Really?
Yeah, I was voted Miss Sad Sacks of 1945.
Oh, fine. Where is Mrs. Nelson?
She's in the other room working on that little sweater.
Oh, so you know about the big surprise, too, hey?
Oh, yeah. Have you heard the latest developments?
Latest developments?
There's going to be 2 of them.
2 of them? Twins, eh? Gosh.
Did I ever tell you I used to be twins?
You used to be twins?
Yes, my mother wrote and told me she has a picture of me when I was 2.
You've been reading those old joke books again, eh, Gloria? Oh, Harriet.
Yes, honey, I'm in here.
Now, look, Harriet, you don't need to try to fool me any longer, because I know all about your surprise, and I think it's wonderful.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you feel that way about them. You old smarty pants. I can't keep anything from you, can I?
No, I'm afraid I'm pretty sharp.
There's going to be 2, you know.
So Gloria told me, but are you sure there'll be 2?
Oh, positive.
That radar is wonderful, isn't it?
Darling, look, I want you to promise me one thing.
Anything at all, little mother?
Well, if they make too much noise and keep you awake, let me know and I'll have them sleep in the garage.
In the garage?
Oh, yes, it'll be very comfortable. We'll get a little box with some blankets in it and put it over there with the ash cans.
Honestly, dear, you have a strange sense of humor sometimes. Oh, I just thought of something. Now I'd better buy a war bond for the other little fella, too.
What do you mean?
Well, when I heard about the little stranger coming to our house, I bought a war bond in his name.
Why, Ozzie, that's silly.
Silly? Oh, now, wait a minute, honey. Don't say a thing like that. Just because the war in Europe is over, don't think for a minute that we can stop buying war bonds. Because now more than ever before...
Oh, Ozzie, you know me better than that.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You mean because he doesn't even have a name or anything yet? Well, I'll tell you what I did. I have a particular preference as to his name.
You have?
Mm-hmm. So I put the bond in his name in an envelope on your dresser. And when he arrives, you can open it up and see how you like the name I picked out.
It sounds like quite a routine.
By the way, I haven't asked you. When do you expect the little strangers will arrive?
Sometime next week.
Oh, next week? Now, wait a minute.
Well, of course. I could have had them today.
Today?
Well, yes. But first I want to make sure they had their tails clipped and they didn't have their sleeves. You see, they're down at Joe's pet shop.
Wait a minute. You mean you're knitting that sweater for a dog?
Well, of course, didn't you know that? You said that you... Ozzie, you didn't say...
Oh, no, of course. Naturally, I knew it was a dog. It was...
Some fellow just delivered a big package from a department store. It's for you, Mr. Nelson, from the baby department.
From the Gloria, he's got the wrong address. Just tell him to take it back.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, but I opened the package already.
Oh, you opened it?
Yeah, and you should see. 3 dozen of the cutest little face towels.
3 dozen face towels?
Gloria, those aren't face towels. Wrap them up and send them back. And send back the safety pins that came with them, too. This bed feels good. I sure did a lot of walking today.
Ozzie, do you still insist that you knew all along it was going to be a little dog?
Well, of course, Harriet. Anybody could tell that.
Well, I know I shouldn't have done this, but... Well, I got so curious that I opened the envelope.
What envelope?
The one with the war bond you bought for the dog.
Oh.
I think that's an awful cute name you picked out for him.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Mm-hmm. But won't the neighbors think it's strange that we have a Cocker Spaniel named Ozzie Nelson, Jr.?
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie picture. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcement. Now here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere. For a time once, I thought it'd be changed to Mrs. Eddie Jordan. But I didn't marry Mr. Eddie Jordan because he had an impediment in his speech. He couldn't say words like, Maisie, will you be my wife? Well, so here's little bachelor Maisie. Instead of an ivy-covered honeymoon cottage and the pitter-patter of tiny feet, I am in a tiny fourth-floor boarding house room. And the only pitter-patter I hear is the rain dripping in through a leak in the ceiling. Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Kennedy. Just a minute. Ouch.
It ain't the landlady, Maisie. It's me, Merton.
Oh, hello, Merton.
Hi. What's the matter?
Oh, I just burnt my finger. Every time I try to hide my percolator in a hurry, I always grab it where it perks instead of where it laters.
Oh, gosh. Well, you gotta watch that cooking in your room, Maisie. You know Mrs. Kennedy's nose.
Yeah. You'd think I'd be more careful, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
After all, I've been sniffed out of boarding house rooms from Maine to California. Well, how's about joining me for a cup of coffee, Mert, before you run off to the salt mines?
Well, gee, Maisie, thanks, but I just have time to get down to the store under the wire. I just knocked to let you know it's okay now.
Oh, thank you, Mert. But there's really no hurry. I'm only taking a cold shower this morning.
Oh, how can you take cold showers on mornings like this?
Well, gee, no choice. By the time I get to our community bathroom, my fellow boarders have taken all the hot water.
Oh, well, you can take a hot one today, Maisie. I saved my water for you.
Oh, that's real sweet of you, Mert.
Say, Maisie.
Yeah?
They're having a dance at the Y Saturday night, and
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the fellas are bringing girls.
Well, girls are nicer to dance with than fellas.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I thought if you didn't have nothing particular doing...
Merton Falsgruber, are you inviting me to make with the feet with you?
Well, gosh, Maisie, I know you being in show business, you meet, well, rich guys who are more exciting to dance with.
Exciting? Don't you believe it, Sonny. I've had all I want of them retreaded old playboys.
Oh, gosh, then you mean you'd rather... somebody like me?
Why, sure, Mert. At least with you, I know when you say let's go out on the balcony for a breath of fresh air that you're really interested in breathing.
Yes, I am. Gosh, thanks, Maisie. Then it's a date?
Sure. My act closes at the theater Friday, so I'll be in the clear.
Miss Revere! Miss Revere!
Oh, Mrs. Kennedy wants you, Maisie.
Oh, I wonder what Miss Dry Rod of 1916 wants.
There's a gentleman to see you downstairs, Miss Revere. I'm Mr. Eddie Jordan.
Eddie Jordan? Eddie? Wow!
Maybe what...
I'm coming right down, Mrs. Kennedy.
He's in here, Miss Revere.
Eddie.
Maisie.
Gosh, it's really you.
Yeah, me.
Gee.
Gosh.
Now, that's what I call a hunk of scintillating conversation.
Mrs. Kennedy, we'd like to be...
Yeah, you know how it is.
Maisie, at my age, I just know how it was.
Gee, Eddie, I'm so happy I could cry.
This isn't the time for anything but this.
Oh, Eddie, you sure know how.
Now that I've found you again, honey, I'm never going to let you go again. Maisie, why did you ever run out on me? Back in Scottsville, we were so...
That's why I ran out. We were so-so.
Look, I would have asked you to marry me a long time ago, honey, back in Scottsville, but
Well, you know what I was making selling insurance.
Well, Eddie, I could have lived on your salary.
I know you could have, but what would I have lived on? I left Scottsville because there was no future there selling insurance.
And I left because there was no future there with you. Eddie, honey.
Yeah?
How did you ever wind up in this town?
Oh, I just roamed around the country, looking for you mostly. I happened to stop off here, and luckily I found a job.
Oh, doing what, Ed?
Insurance.
Oh, gee, that's grand.
Salary isn't much.
But it's nice, clean work, just enough money for a single man.
Oh, we won't be in this financial rut forever, honey. After all, I've still got my engineer's diploma from college.
Well, that's nice. In case things get real tough, you can always sell the frame.
Someday, honey, I'll get a break. Someday Dame Chance will smile at me.
And you'll smile back just like you do at all dames.
Oh, Maisie, honey, stop it. You're the only girl for me. You always will be.
Oh, well, I'm sure you mean it, Eddie. You've forgotten all about that arch rival of mine back in Scottsville. Funny, I can't remember her name.
You mean Marcia Brent?
Yeah. Funny how her name came back to you, just like that.
Silly kid, that Marcia. But cute, didn't you think? She didn't think. Poor little Marcia. She sure tried hard to get me a job with her old man's engineering company. She sure stuck her neck out.
Well, if he ever sticks it out again, I'll slap it right back in.
Oh, why, Maisie, I do believe you're jealous.
Me? Jealous?
Yeah.
You're darn tootin' I am. Eddie Jackson, if I ever catch you even looking at another woman, I'll...
Kill me?
Yeah, the hard way. Like this.
Ah, beautiful way of going, honey. A beautiful way. Oh, and talking about going, I got to get back on the job. Suppose I meet you downtown at noon, honey, and then I'll take you out to lunch, just like always.
Okay, Eddie, dear. But I know you'll be tired after all that work, so I insist on carrying my own tray.
I think your Mr. Jordan should be comfortable in this room, Maisie. Of course, it isn't as close to the bath as your room.
Oh, I don't think Eddie would mind running up 2 flights, Mrs. Kennedy. He was very athletic in college.
Of course, he does understand about cooking in the room. Mm-hmm. But if you and your fiancé ever feel that you don't care to go out to eat, well,
yes?
I could fix a pretty good dinner for you.
Why, Mrs. K., I always thought
that I'm a dried-up old prune, a hatchet-faced old woman with ice in her veins.
Oh, I don't think that at all, Mrs. Kennedy.
Well, you should, because I am.
No, you're not really, honey.
Honey. I haven't been called that in 30 years.
Man trouble?
Uh-huh. May not show, Maisie, but love has kicked me in the face.
Oh, it shows, Mrs. Kennedy. I mean, it has?
Mr. Kennedy isn't dead. He ran away.
Oh, I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do...
Well, there is, Maisie. Don't make the same mistake I did. Honey, I'm a little older than you. A whole lot older than you.
Yeah, that's better.
And I found out a little too late, unfortunately, that men are just boys grown up.
Oh, I don't think my Eddie's grown up yet. He gets a kick out of the strangest things.
Well, what I mean is, kids like to have everything they do appreciated. They like to be flattered, patted on the back. Arnold, that's my husband, he used to make airplanes out of newspaper and sail them through the living room.
Oh, that's really silly.
Yeah, it's a lot sillier going through life alone.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, I got to meet Eddie for lunch. And I'll show interest in everything he does, Mrs. K. I'll interest him to death if that's what it takes to keep a man happy.
Oh, smart girl, Maisie. It keeps men happy and also keeps their minds off other women.
It does?
Well, I'm not saying your Mr. Jordan is the type. After all, there are all kinds of men.
Not when it comes to women, there ain't.
Maisie, honey, I can't remember when I've enjoyed lunch more. Wow, look at the time. I got to get back to the office.
Oh, Eddie, not yet, please. Let's just sit here and talk.
But, Maisie...
Darling, what did you do this morning?
You mean first thing?
Yeah, right after you opened your eyes.
Well, I got up.
Oh, how thrilling.
Thrilling?
Yeah. Then what did you do?
I washed.
You didn't.
Of course, I always wash in the morning.
Always?
Certainly.
Oh, Eddie, you're absolutely wonderful.
Wonderful for washing when I get up?
Well, yes. It's those little things that make a woman's heart thrill.
Look, Maisie, I got to rush back.
Gee, Eddie, let's not stop this wonderful discussion.
Look, Maisie, I don't have time. I'm already late and my
Oh,
boss will
just a few more questions. I'm so interested in the interesting life you lead. Now, who works in the office with you?
Oh, just a few fellas.
Fellows? Oh, how wonderful.
Maisie, the boss, Mr. Evans, said if I'm ever the least bit
Now
late
tell
again,
me.
he was going
Now, wait a minute. Who else is in your office?
Look, the boss, Mr. Evans...
Naturally. Does he have a secretary?
Yes, she's very nice.
Oh, wonderful.
She's about 60, I guess.
Oh, wonderful.
Maisie, the boss says...
Yeah, but I guess he don't say smart things like you say.
Afternoon, Jordan.
Mr. Evans.
You're late again, Jordan. You're fired. Goodbye, Jordan.
Goodbye, Mr. Evans.
Oh, Ed. You mean that was your...
Yeah. Now you can ask me all the wonderful questions you want. I've got plenty of time to answer them.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Back to Maisie.
Come in. I just thought you might need some extra towels, Mr. Maisie, you know the house rules about, and this is Mr. Jordan's room.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Kennedy. Eddie ain't here. He went back to the office to clean out his desk.
Oh. Is he still sore at you about losing his job, Maisie?
Oh, he sure is, Mrs. Kennedy. On the way back from lunch, he took the only empty seat in the bus and let me stand right in front of it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maisie. I guess an old schmo like myself shouldn't have tried to give you advice on how to hold a man.
No, it was all my fault, honey. I was the one that admired Eddie right out of a job.
Well, he couldn't be too mad at you, Maisie. He did move in here. That shows he still wants to be near you.
Yeah, and he did let me carry his bags from his old boarding house. That shows he likes me a little yet, doesn't it?
Yes, I guess so. And he's bound to appreciate your unpacking his things for him while he's away.
Yeah. Eddie sure had a lot of stuff, but I put it all away in the dresser drawers, and real neatly, too.
Well, you look all pooped out after all that unpacking and stuff. Suppose you let me fix your cup of tea in my room.
Oh, gee, thanks. That'll be swell.
Oh, good evening, Maisie. Oh, Mrs. Kennedy.
Hello, Merton. How'd you go to the drugstore today?
Oh, not so good, Maisie. Gosh, I was so excited about our date for Saturday night, I missed on 5 ice cream sodas.
5, Merton?
Yeah. I threw the balls of ice cream up a little too high.
Oh. Did the boss notice it, Merton?
No. Thank goodness Mr. Peabody almost never looks up at the ceiling.
Mert.
Huh?
About that date Saturday night,
Yeah?
Merton, we have a new boarder, a man.
Oh, gee, that's swell.
He's Maisie's fiancé.
Yeah, swell.
Well, of course, we had a fight.
Oh, swell. I mean, too bad.
But I'm sure they'll make up. It was only a small fight.
Oh, too bad. Well, Maisie, do you think you'll make up by Saturday night?
Well, I don't know, Mert. Eddie's very obstinate.
Oh, gee, he is? I like obstinate men. Well, I got to wash up for dinner. See you, huh?
What about you, Maisie? You having dinner alone?
I don't know, Mrs. Kennedy. I'll have to wait till Eddie gets back to the office. But I have my doubts.
Oh, don't worry, honey. I'm sure he'll forget what you did to him by tonight.
Eddie forget? Mrs. Kennedy, you don't know Eddie. One of his parents must have been an elephant.
Jordan?
I'll have my desk cleared out in a minute, Mr. Evans.
You can stop clearing out your desk, Jordan.
You mean you changed your mind about firing me?
I never change my mind, Jordan. There's a woman in the outer office to see you.
A woman? If it's the same one I had lunch with, tell her no. No. I'll tell her. I gotta get some fun out of life. Now, look here, you blonde...
Hello, Eddie.
Marcia. Marcia Brent, where did you come from?
Well, my mother told me the stork brought me, but I've always had a sneaking suspicion.
I mean, gosh, after all these years. Sit down, Marcia. Gosh, you look beautiful.
Even more beautiful than that blonde you were expecting?
Oh, I thought you were Maisie.
Maisie?
Yeah.
You mean you've caught up with her at last?
Yeah, and I ain't so glad about it. She interferes with my business, gets in my hair, drives me nuts.
Oh, then I don't stand a chance. You still love her.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Oh, well, I guess you'll be happy to hear about your new job.
New job?
Well, I stopped off here for 2 reasons. My scouts finally located you, and I thought, well, maybe Maisie was out of your system by now.
Science hasn't found a cure for girls like Maisie. But you said job, didn't you?
Yes, little Marcia isn't one to let her heart rule her mind. Eddie, I'm United Engineering Company now.
Oh, yeah, I heard about your father. Yeah, I'm awfully sorry, honey.
Please, Mr. Jordan, engineers don't go around calling their employers honey.
Employers? Engineering?
Got a new project, Mr. Jordan. A big electrical plant in Niagara Falls. Interested?
Niagara Falls?
For a fleeting moment, I thought we might kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but, interested, Eddie? In the job, I mean.
Am I?
Fine. I'm leaving for Niagara Falls on the 8:12 tonight. Think you can make the same train?
Oh, that's a little faster. But sure.
Good. I'll have the tickets and meet you at the station.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Maisie.
Eddie, are you home?
I sure am, Maisie. Come in, I want to tell you something.
Well, I can hear you all right out here.
Oh, don't be silly. Come on in.
All right. I'll leave the door open.
Well, what for?
Well, they can hear me better when I yell for help.
Well, I'm not sore at you, Maisie. Even if you did unpack my things.
Well, I just thought I'd help. You're not sore?
No.
Eddie Jordan, you just don't care that I lost your job for you. You're completely indifferent.
Listen, Maisie, honey, forget about that old job. I never liked it anyway. Honey, I've got great news for you.
You feel like hitting me?
No, I feel like loving everybody. Honey, I just got a new job.
You did?
Just the kind I always wanted, too. Now I can get my whole life straightened out. After a couple of weeks at Niagara Falls, I'll be able to tackle anything.
Oh, of course you will. Niagara Falls. Did you say Niagara Falls?
I sure did, baby. Oh, Maisie, just think of it. Niagara Falls next stop. I can hardly believe it.
Well, how do you think I feel?
And do you know what I'm going to do there?
Oh, don't tell me, Ed. It'll be so much more fun finding out for myself.
Look, honey, I'll tell you more later. Right now, I've got to run out and get a few extra things I'll need. I better hurry. We're leaving on the 8:12 tonight.
Oh, Eddie, honey, I can't wait to tell Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, she knows already. I told her as soon as I came home.
You told her before me? Well, pretty sure I'd say yes, weren't you?
You? Oh, Maisie, don't you understand? I'm just doing this to make you happy.
Well, okay. But I'm not so sure this is going to work out. You and me are both in love with you.
Oh, I got to hurry. See you later.
Come in.
Hi. Maisie, I was just wondering what kind of a corsage you'd like for Saturday. You going someplace?
Yeah,
Maisie?
I'm packing. Merton, Eddie and me are leaving for Niagara Falls tonight to be married.
To be... Oh. Oh, then I guess it's off for Saturday night, huh?
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, that's all right, Maisie. Lots of luck. I didn't like dancing anyway.
Oh. Come in.
Say, Maisie, Eddie just told me all about... you're packing.
Well, naturally, Mrs. Kennedy. I got to have something to wear at Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls?
Yeah, it gets pretty cold up there, you know. Didn't Ed tell you?
Well, yes, but he didn't tell me you were going along.
Oh, well, I guess he's just bashful. He's never been married before, you know.
Well, he told me he's going with his new boss.
Oh, that's silly. Even if Ed loved his new boss, he wouldn't take a man along on his honeymoon. It wouldn't be the same somehow.
I've got a surprise for you, Maisie, you poor girl.
Poor girl?
Yes. Eddie said he's going with a Marcia Brent.
Oh, well, I wonder if I should pack any extra... Marcia Brent.
He said she's a friend from Scottsville.
Oh, but I never thought... Well, she's not the type for Eddie's wife.
Eddie said her father died and left her everything.
And he can't be happy with just money either. Oh, Mrs. Kennedy, what'll I do?
Well, I don't know what, honey, but whatever it is, you better work fast. Remember, his train leaves at 8:12.
Yeah, there isn't much time. Mrs. Kennedy, this is an emergency. Come on. We're going to Eddie's room and help him pack.
Well, why should we help him?
Well, because if we don't, he's almost sure to catch his train. Mrs. Kennedy and I thought you could use some help, Eddie, so here we are.
Oh, that's right, Eddie. Anything we can do?
Gosh, that's swell of you both, but I'm just about ready. Anyway, I'm glad you came. I'd hate to leave without saying goodbye.
Oh, you're going to kiss me farewell, aren't you, Eddie?
Maisie, not now. I've only got about 35 minutes yet, and there's a couple of important things I haven't done yet to see you now.
Oh, like what?
Well, I've got to check over my things before I close the valise. I might have forgotten something.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Let me see now. I've got my pajamas, shirts.
Are you sure you packed your pajamas, Ed?
Yeah, neckties, underwear, socks.
You'll catch cold without pajamas.
No, I packed them. Toilet articles, shoes.
Well, suppose the train is wrecked at night and you aren't wearing pajamas.
Well, I tell you that.
You'll be ashamed to let them rescue you.
I packed my pajamas, Maisie. They're at the bottom of the valise.
Are you sure?
Not only sure, I'm positive. I'm absolutely certain. I am...
You're what?
I'm wondering if I did pack them after all.
Oh, Ed, you gotta be sure. Come on, Mrs. K, turn the valise over.
Oh, with pleasure.
Maisie, wait a minute. Oh, gee, you didn't have to dump all the things out on the floor.
Oh, Ed, you did pack them. What a relief.
What a mess, everything.
Oh, sit down, Eddie. Mrs. K and I'll do it for you. Oh, dear. Look how you've creased your things. Mrs. K, help me smooth out these handkerchiefs.
Yes. Oh, gosh, there's about 30 of them.
Is that all? You better go over each one twice.
Maisie, do you want me to miss the train?
Oh, stop worrying. I called up 5 minutes ago, and the man told me your train is half an hour late.
Yeah, well, I called up 5 minutes ago, and the man I spoke to said it was right on time.
Oh. Well, you must have talked to the engineer. He's at the front of the train.
Look, haven't you got that valise packed yet?
Yeah, I just finished.
We got it packed all right, but you'll have to help close it, Ed.
Closed easy enough before. What in the world did you put in here?
Oh, you're just weak, Eddie. There's even more room now than before.
There is?
Well, there should be. I threw up that large tube of toothpaste.
What'd you do that for? I need toothpaste.
Well, you don't need the tube. I squeezed all the paste out of it first.
Holy smoke. Now it'll be all over everything.
Oh, no, it won't. She squeezed it into your pajama pocket.
Oh, fine. I'm sure glad I didn't forget to pack my pajamas.
Yeah, isn't it lucky? And you'll be wearing them when you clean your teeth.
Maisie, you think of everything.
Oh, you got it closed.
Finally. Mrs. Kennedy, what time is it? Gosh, I don't want to be late.
Well, it's...
Mrs. Kennedy.
Huh? Oh, I don't know, Eddie. My watch stopped.
Maisie, look at my wristwatch, will you? It's on the dresser.
Well, it isn't there now.
It isn't? Gee, I've got to find it. I put it right there.
Oh, Eddie, I just remembered. I packed your watch in the valise.
Oh, swell.
Well, what's the matter, Ed?
I can't even lift this valise. Weighs a ton.
I guess you got too much stuff in there, Eddie.
Oh, gosh, it's only shirts and things.
Isn't it a good thing I threw out the toothpaste, too?
Doggone it. I'll have to open the valise again. No wonder I couldn't lift it. Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. Maisie, why did you put this dictionary in here?
Well, Eddie, you shouldn't have left it behind. You might want to read something on the train.
Oh, what's the use? Now I'll have to run for it. Gee, I wish I knew what time it is. Maisie, are you coming?
Yes, Ed. But it's so sad leaving your old home. Maybe forever.
Maisie.
Don't you want to see the bathroom just once more?
He doesn't have to, Maisie. It's 8:15.
What time did you say it was, Mrs. Kennedy?
She said she ate 15 minutes ago.
Oh, won't I ever get out of here?
Mr. Jordan?
Yes?
Congratulations, and also there was a call for you from a Miss Brent. I took it.
What did she say, Sonny?
Yeah, what, Merton?
I am not a Sonny, pal. I'm almost 19, and she said to tell Mr. Jordan that she's taking the train to Niagara Falls herself.
Stubborn, isn't she?
Yes, very.
She went by herself. Oh, no.
Yes. She said if you miss the train, you might as well miss the job, too, Sonny.
Job?
Maisie Revere. I was going up there for a job, money, dollars, future, something I've dreamed about all my life.
Oh, but, Ed, I thought that... Well, I tried to detain you so...
All this... You wanted me to miss that train, didn't you? Out, all of you. I'm going to blow my brains out.
Oh, what's the use? With my luck, I'd probably miss anyway.
Don't worry, Maisie. You'll get over it someday. You should live so long, Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maisie. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Ask me about that date for Saturday night. I got a sneaking suspicion I'll be free to make it.
In just a moment, we shall return to the Adventures of Maisie. Now, once again, here's Maisie.
Well, I sure did at that time. But wouldn't you just know everything would get loused up? After more than 2 years, Eddie comes back into my life and then this. And now, as far as Eddie's concerned, I'm just a person to be forgotten. Like Whistler's father, John's first wife. Oh, well, maybe he'll get over it. Might as well trudge back upstairs to my room and have a good cry. If I have any strength left in my feet, after making that cry, maybe I'll just bend down and kick myself.
You have just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Malaya, starring Spencer Tracy, James Stewart, Valentina Cortesa, Sidney Greenstreet, and John Hodiak. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Sidney Miller, B. Benaderet, Pat McGeehan, Joan Banks, and Joe Forte. Jack McCoy speaking.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. To be or not to be, that's quite a question, isn't it? Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against the sea of troubles. That's a question, too, and quite a problem. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are old hands when it comes to questions and problems. Big problems, little problems, they've had their share of them all. Like this.
I've never seen anything like it in my whole life.
Jim.
Oh. Bless, O Lord, this food to our use and our lives to thy service. Amen.
Amen. All right, Kathy, eat your dinner.
Say, Dad.
Tell me golf is a game of skill.
Dad.
He couldn't do anything wrong, and I couldn't do anything right.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Look at Betty.
What about her? Betty? Betty!
What?
What's the matter with you?
Nothing, Father. Nothing at all.
Well, stop daydreaming and eat your dinner.
Yes, Father.
She still thinks she's Camille.
All right, Kathy.
I think she's nuts.
Bud.
Well, holy cow, Mom. She walks around coughing all the time.
Never mind, Bud. Just eat your dinner and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You know what he did on the 6th hole, Margaret? He sliced one out of bounds, it hit a tree, and bounced right back on the green.
Yes, dear.
That's a great way to win the semifinals, isn't it? Skill. Huh.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why do they call Marguerite the Lady of the Camellias?
Because that's what she wore, camellias. Now forget about it and eat your dinner.
Gee whiz.
Betty, will you please pass the butter?
Father,
What is it, Betty?
it's very kind of you, monsieur, to speak to me so gently.
What?
Here is the butter.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Betty, what in the name of... What's gotten into you?
Why, nothing, Father.
Well, then stop it. The play is over. You were wonderful. You were sensational, but it's over. Now come on back to earth.
It's all right, Jim. It may take her a few days, but she'll get over it.
I know, but a man can stand just so much. We've had Camille for breakfast, dinner, and supper for the last month, and I'm getting sick of it. If this keeps up, she won't be in any more plays, and that's a promise.
What a play.
Oh, Armand, I love you.
Nobody even got shot or anything.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
do you know who was in the audience last night?
We were.
A talent scout from Hollywood. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Betty,
Yes, Father.
don't fall into the swimming pool.
What?
Betty, I saw the show last night, and, well, this is a practical world. You've got to realize...
Jim.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to explain to her...
Jim, she's so young. Let her dream. Just for a little while.
Well, I think the entire thing is ridiculous.
Me too.
Eat your dinner and be quiet.
Gee whiz.
I'm going to dedicate myself, my entire life, to the theater.
Bud, pass the potatoes, please.
Do you want to know why?
No. Come on, Bud.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Because there are moments when I lose myself in that dream. Because there are days when I am weary of the life I lead and imagine that I have another. Because in the midst of my turbulent existence, though my reason, my pride, my senses are alive, my heart is so tired of never finding tender understanding. Little do people care.
Ah, shut up.
Bud.
Mother.
What he said.
Bud, how dare you speak that way to your sister?
Well, holy cow, Mom.
Jim, will you please say something to Bud?
Hello, Bud.
Hi, Dad.
Jim Anderson, it is not funny, and I don't care what Betty did. There's no excuse.
Your mother's right, Bud. You shouldn't have said it.
I know, Dad, but good gravy.
Tell Betty you're sorry, and, well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Betty. I shouldn't have said what I said.
You want me to forgive you? Dear one, what is there to forgive? In a world such as ours...
Betty, for Pete's sake, cut it out.
But, Father...
You've been spouting Camille around here until I've got it coming out of my ears. Now, stop it.
Very well. But when I'm a famous movie star and they ask me who is responsible for my success...
Margaret, she isn't just counting her chickens. She's selling next year's eggs.
Betty, we mustn't raise our hopes too high.
What do you mean, our hopes? Bud, that was the doorbell.
I know.
Well, answer it.
Holy cow. I think there was a law that nobody else was allowed to open the door.
Margaret, you certainly don't think that Betty has a chance of being a movie star, do you?
Why not? I've seen certain people a lot less talented than Betty.
But she isn't trained for it. She isn't prepared.
Father, they train you.
And she and Janie Liggett are both preparing.
What?
Kathy. Well, you and Janie were trying on sweaters, and she said...
Kathy.
Kathy, why don't you go in and do your homework?
I haven't finished my milk.
Well, finish it. and behave yourself.
Hi, Betty.
Oh, Billy, come on
Hello,
in.
Billy. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Anderson. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Billy. How are your mother and father?
Just fine, thank you.
Would you care for a piece of cake?
No, thanks. We've got to run along. Janie Liggett's throwing a big party for the Dramatic Club. Sort of a celebration, you know.
Yes, Betty was telling us. Bud, what are you doing out there?
I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring again.
Stop being such a smart aleck and come back here. Unless you'd rather skip your dinner.
Well, every time I sit down, the doorbell rings, and I'm the only one who ever gets to answer it, so...
Sit down and finish your dinner.
Holy cow.
We were just talking about the play. Weren't we, Jim?
Yes, we certainly were.
We thought it was wonderful. Didn't we, dear?
Yes, we certainly were talking about it.
Billy, tell him what the club critique said about my performance.
Well, as the director of the various productions, I run a critique after each performance. A sort of symposium. And we're quite ruthless in our critical analysis. In a constructive way, of course.
Of course.
What did he say?
Never mind. Just drink your milk.
I drank it.
Well, drink Bud's. Go ahead, Billy.
Well, as I was saying, we decided that while Betty's performance lacked the polish of a more experienced artiste, it had warmth, spirit, and a certain objective maturity you can only describe as éclat.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Why, when she was dying, didn't you notice the brilliant resonance in her cough? She had a timbre you'll find in mighty few Camille's.
Well, she comes by it naturally. Her grandfather was a champion hog collar.
Jim, Billy and Betty are being quite sincere and earnest.
Well, so am I. Just because you can cough loud, that doesn't mean they're going to send you to Hollywood.
Who said anything about Hollywood?
Billy Smith, you told me there was a talent scout in the audience.
Woman's place is in the home, caring for her family, sharing the joys and sorrows of the man she loves.
Mother, have you ever heard anything more prehistoric?
Betty, I really don't think...
Just a minute, Margaret. Betty, this is one quarrel you aren't going to drag us into. If you and Billy want to fight, do it on your own time.
But, Father, he's so pig-headed.
I am not pig-headed. I just believe in equal rights for men. That's all.
Betty, if you're going to the Liggetts, go.
I spent a whole month preparing for Camille.
Betty.
And then he has the nerve to tell me.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go.
Well, come on, Billy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Billy.
I won't be out too late, Mother.
All right, dear. Have a good time.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Gosh, Betty, I didn't mean to get you all excited.
I'm not excited, but there's no reason why I can't take a screen test if I want to.
But why? I told you in the very beginning.
Of all the idiotic arguments I've ever heard...
Well, at least it's a little different.
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
Why doesn't Billy want Betty to go into the movies?
I don't know, baby. I guess he just wants her to stay in Springfield.
Why?
So they can smooch, Dopey.
Bud.
Well, if she doesn't know...
But if there are any clinical replies to be given around here, please let me give them.
Holy cow.
Kathy, you see, when you're very young and in love, you dream up all kinds of things. Now, actually, there isn't any reason for Betty and Billy.
There, you see?
What?
I told you it was going to ring again, and you said I was being a smart aleck.
I don't know. Isn't there going to be one evening we can go through without all this fuss and excitement?
Bud, stop making such an issue of it and answer the door.
I'll answer it myself. He can finish his dinner.
I'll go, Dad.
Never mind. Just do as you're told. Has to walk a full 20 feet to get to the front door. You'd think it was going to kill him.
I'll pour your coffee, dear.
All right, Margaret. I'll be right back.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
My name is Kay. Alfred Kay. May I come in?
Why, yes. Come right in.
Thank you. You probably heard that I was in town.
Well, quite frankly, no.
Oh, I thought you had. Mr. Anderson, I represent the Metropolitan Picture Corporation of Hollywood.
Metropolitan? You mean you're the talent scout?
You did hear about me.
Margaret! He's here. He came.
Jim, what is it?
The talent scout. He's it. I mean, he's here. He's right here now.
Mr. Anderson, there's no need
to get excited.
What on earth are you talking about?
What's the matter, Dad?
I want to see, too.
Margaret, this is my wife, Mrs. Kay.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures.
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
Gosh.
Now, let's not get excited, children. Let's just keep our heads. Keep our heads.
Bud, call the Liggets immediately. Tell them to send Betty home at once.
Okay, Mom.
Oh, I wouldn't go to all that trouble, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, it's no trouble, Mr. Kay. No trouble at all. Let's go into the living room where we can be more comfortable.
Thank you. That'll be very nice.
You can't imagine how excited we are, Mr. Kay.
Well, I think I can. After all, a thing like this doesn't happen every day, does it? Well, that's better.
Don't I get to say hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Mr. Kay, this is our younger daughter, Kathleen.
Yes. Yes. I noticed her in the audience last night. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm very pleased to meet you, sir.
Oh, sweet child. Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Mom. Betty isn't there yet, but I told them about the talent scout, and they said they'd send her home the second that she came in.
That's fine, Bud. Just fine.
We're very proud of Betty, Mr. Kay.
But I'm not sure she wants to go into pictures. You see...
Well, that needn't bother us, Mr. Anderson. I want to talk to you about a screen test for Kathleen.
Kathy?
Oh, no.
A cup of coffee keeps right on making good news these days. In stores everywhere, grocers have been featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. And now they're featuring lower prices still on America's favorite brand of coffee. Something we're all happy to see. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now the world's most famous coffee flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House coffee, we have just one aim, to bring you the most in flavor and satisfaction every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why you find so much more flavor for your money in Maxwell House. Your money's worth and more in real pleasure. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for that familiar blue Maxwell House tin in your store. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. See how much you enjoy a cup of coffee that's always good. To the last drop.
A very few minutes have passed in the white frame house on Maple Street. And the status is not what you would call exactly quo. Betty is on her way back from the Liggets to meet the talent scout, and Billy Smith, who is jealous, doesn't want her to meet the talent scout, we think. But that's all right, because the talent scout has left anyway. And besides, he didn't want Betty, he wanted Kathy. And furthermore, well, you can see how, with just a little consideration and common sense, normal excitement can be completely controlled and turned into a sort of seething confusion. Like this.
But, Daddy, you said you didn't want me to go into the movies.
I know, but you didn't have to tell him you'd rather be a lady wrestler.
Well, I would.
Jim, I'm worried.
About what?
About Betty. What are we going to tell her?
What can we tell her? We'll tell her the truth, that's all.
Jim, there are times when the truth can be very cruel, especially to an imaginative young girl.
Well, I'm certainly not going to lie to her.
Lying is a sin.
Kathy, why don't you dry up? Can't you see we've got a problem?
Yes, Bud.
Kathleen, if you start that phony coughing again...
I'm sorry, Father. I'll try to control myself, even though something deep within me...
Stop it. Margaret, if she's going to keep that up...
She won't, Jim. Will you, Kathy?
Will I what?
Kathy, darling. Mommy and Daddy have a great problem. We need your help.
Boy, are you in trouble.
But?
Well, holy cow. If you have to count on that knothead...
Mother!
But if you can't behave yourself, I'd suggest you go to bed.
I'm sorry.
Margaret, the plain truth of the matter is that the man wasn't impressed with Betty's performance. That's what we'll have to tell her.
I know, Jim, but not right away.
I still think he was a little out of his mind, telling me Kathy looked like a Da Vinci cherub. Kathy, stop it.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I forgot.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Do you suppose we made a mistake? We could have sent her all the way out to California.
Jim.
What have you got against California?
You just keep it up, Bud. That's all. When I get to be a lady wrestler...
Kathy, please. We have a very great favor to ask of you, and we haven't very much time.
Margaret, I say you're making a mistake. Tell Betty the truth, and if she isn't big enough to take it...
Jim, believe me, this is one time when the truth is a very dangerous thing. If we can just convince Betty that she doesn't want to go to Hollywood...
I can just see that.
We can try, Jim. If we succeed and she doesn't want to go, then it won't make any difference if she finds out about Kathy.
In other words, you're going to put yourself at the mercy of that, cherub.
What else can we do?
Dad, how would it be?
Just a moment, Bud, please. Kathy, will you promise not to say anything to Betty about Mr. K?
Not even I'm a cherub?
Not even that.
Gee whiz.
Kathy, I have here a list titled Damages for May. Kathleen Anderson. 4 windows, 1 windshield, 2 rose bushes, 1 shrub.
Is that just May?
First half.
Gosh.
Well?
Okay, Mommy. I won't talk.
Thank you, dear.
Boy, parents can sure louse up your life.
Kathy.
Mother.
We're in the living room, Betty.
Remember, Kathy, not a word.
Okay.
Kathy.
You mean I can't even call?
I'm sorry we took so long, but you know how traffic is these days.
We left the second Janie told us, but...
Mother, where is he?
Well, you see, dear...
But Janie said the talent scout was here. She told me.
Daddy sent him away.
Father!
Kathy.
Well, I didn't tell her who.
Bud, take Kathy upstairs.
Come on, Squirt.
I don't want to go upstairs. I won't say anything honest.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Father, you didn't send him away. Tell me you didn't send him away.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I did.
Oh, Father.
Betty, your father and I felt it...
My entire life is ruined. Everything I'd hoped for, everything I'd planned.
Betty, if you'd only try to understand...
Understand? Mr. Anderson, this sort of treachery passes all understanding.
What?
As Betty's director, I say you have perpetrated a crime against the arts. Stolen from the silver screen one of its most glittering gems. You have purloined...
Wait a minute. Which side are you on, anyway? You said you didn't want Betty to go into pictures.
I said that? I? Did Svengali hide Trilby under a bushel basket? Did Cecil be DeMille?
Oh, go home.
Father!
Stop saying father. If you must know the truth...
Jim, please.
Margaret, if they're going to accuse me of having ruined the movie industry...
Betty, whatever we did was for your good. You must know that.
But after I'd worked so hard and so long, a whole month, and it's just thrown away.
Honey, you aren't ready to be an actress. You haven't lived enough or suffered enough.
I could have lived and suffered in Hollywood, couldn't I?
Betty's a great actress. One of the greatest I've ever directed. And I've had almost 2 years of it.
Wait a minute, Billy. Betty, you know, you might think Springfield is pretty dull and monotonous. But this is where you belong. This is your home.
That has nothing to do with it. I wanted a career. I wanted to be a success. And you spoiled everything.
Did I? Betty, there's one thing you've got to learn. There are a great many kinds of career. Your mother has a career, a very fine career. Your mother and millions of women just like your mother. They've raised families. They've built homes. They've worked with their husbands and helped them in 1,000 different ways. Without women like your mother, life would be a very difficult thing. True, being a wife and a mother isn't as glamorous as being a movie star, but the rewards are so much greater.
I never heard of anybody getting an Oscar for being a mother.
Well, they give out different rewards to mothers. They give a mother a baby's tears to carry in her heart. They give her laughter and love to comfort her on lonely nights. They give her dirty faces to wash and hems to let out. They give her the greatest collection of memories a woman can want. You can take all your picture stars, all your scientists, all your women who have made names for themselves in industry and commerce, and the most successful woman, the woman with the greatest possible career, is still the plain, everyday mother.
Jim.
Just a minute, Margaret. Weren't you kids told to go upstairs?
We are upstairs.
But you didn't say we couldn't listen.
Well, go do your homework or something.
Holy cow.
I'll get it.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'm sorry I was such a goon.
Oh, you weren't at all, Betty. You just didn't understand.
Being a mother is a very difficult thing. Very difficult indeed.
Especially if you're a man.
Yes. What?
Never mind.
Betty, naturally we realize that you're very disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm not, Mother. Not really, I guess.
Well, anyway, you've got something Janie Liggett hasn't got. They didn't want her to be a movie star.
That's right. Wait until she hears I turned it down. Oh, Billy.
Now, just a second, Betty. Let's not make a big thing out of this. Oh, who was that on the phone, Kathy?
Oh, I took care of it. It was just a reporter from the Springfield Herald.
Kathy,
Yes, Father.
what did he want?
Oh, information about the screen test.
Jim, you'd better call them back.
Oh, he doesn't have to, Mommy. I told the man everything he wanted to know.
Which is what?
Well, he wanted to know if it was true that Miss Betty Anderson had been offered a screen test.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, yes.
Oh.
And I told him she turned it down and he wanted to know why. So I told him.
Kathy, what did you tell him?
Well, just what you said. I told him that Betty didn't want to go to Hollywood. And he said why. And I told him she was going to stay in Springfield on account of she was going to be a mother.
All across the country, grocers have been doing a pleasant job in recent weeks, putting lower price tags on Maxwell House coffee. And now those grocers are doing the job again. Yes, these days they're featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still, the lowest prices in months. Certainly that's welcome news for you folks who drink Maxwell House every day. And for you who haven't been getting that wonderful good-to-the-last-drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more real enjoyment there is in a cup of coffee when it brings you the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're mighty proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For truly good coffee, for today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
A day is past, and in Springfield, the Andersons wait anxiously for the newspaper which is to carry a retraction on the original story about Betty Anderson, American Mother. Buried on one of the back pages, they're going to find the retraction all right, and it reads like this.
The editors of the Springfield Herald regret a slight inaccuracy in yesterday's story concerning the screen test offered to Miss Betty Anderson of this city. We are happy to state that there is no basis of fact in the report that she is to be a mother. In an effort to learn the complete details in this matter, however, the Herald, with its policy of accurate reporting, interviewed Mr. Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures as he was leaving from the Springfield airport. Mr. Kay confirmed the fact that Miss Anderson had been offered a test and supplied the true facts concerning her refusal. After completing her education in Springfield, he told us, Miss Anderson is going to embark on a career as a lady wrestler.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Barkey and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon on NBC.
Brought to you by Pet Milk, America's first evaporated milk. Today's a very special day in Mary Lee Taylor's kitchen, and you'll hear why in just a minute. But first, a reminder to send today for your copy of Mary Lee's 16-page recipe collection called Main Dishes, Salads, and Desserts, because they're going out by the thousands. Just print your name and address and the words Main Dishes on a postcard and get the postcard off right away to Mary Lee Taylor, care of this station, or to Pet Milk, St. Louis, Zone 1, Missouri. And now it's Mary Lee on NBC. And here she is.
Mary Lee Taylor speaking. I know we're going to have another grand half hour together today. First, our story, which began when Sally Carter telephoned her husband to say she would join him in Capital City, only to have the long-distance operator report.
Sorry, I can't complete your call. Mr. Carter checked out of the hotel 3 days ago.
You'll hear the whole story in just a minute. But first, a promise that right after the story, I'll tell you how to make Creole stuffed onions, a wonderful meat-saving main dish.
That's it, the recipe of the week.
And today's meal, featuring this main dish, can be prepared at a cost of just about 31 cents a person.
And when Mary Lee Taylor can give you meal planning help like that, you know why she's been on the radio week after week for 15, count 'em, 15 years. And since this is your 15th radio birthday, Mary Lee Taylor, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Mary Lee Taylor. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, Jim and Sally and Del King. And thank you, my listeners, for making this 15th radio birthday possible. Oh, this is so wonderful. And now, our story of the week about Sally Carter's young wife. Last week, young Sally Carter impulsively left her parents' comfortable home in Midland and caught the night train for Capital City to join her husband, Jim, who had gone on ahead to start a new job. Now she is elbowing her way eagerly through the crowded gate at the Capital City Railroad Station.
Train arriving, track 7, from Midland, Center Town, track 7.
Red cap, lady. Want some help with that bag?
No, thank you. My husband's needing me. Oh. Jim, darling. Oh, it's not. Well, dear me, I guess he'd be waiting down at the gate. I'll bet he was plenty surprised to hear I was coming. Oh, poor darling. I know it's been lonesome up here for him alone, but now... Oh, I wish I had let that red cap take my bag. I'll set it here. Pardon me, but where is the most likely place to meet somebody here in the station?
Oh, well, depends on who you want to meet, young lady.
Oh, I mean somebody was supposed to meet me, but I guess they were delayed, and I was just wondering where to wait.
Oh, well, I expect this bench is as good a place as any, where you can keep an eye on the information stand. Most everybody goes there to find out if the trains are in and such. Here, sit down.
Oh, thank you.
You waiting for a young man, miss?
Oh, yes.
Well, it ain't none of my business, but you better take an old man's advice and go home. You got a home?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, you go on back to it. Like as not, he ain't coming, that young man. They usually don't.
Oh, I think this one will. You see, he's my husband.
Oh. Well, in that case, you better stick around and see if he comes anyway.
Why? You take a gloomy view of everything, don't you? Well, if my husband doesn't come, it's because he didn't get the telegram I sent him from the train. I can always call him at his office.
Well, a person can't never tell. You been away on a visit?
No, we're moving to Capital City.
Oh.
My husband has a job here. He came on ahead several weeks ago.
You should have come with him. If you got somebody, you better stick with him.
Well, you see, I'm...
You're having a baby.
Well, yes. And everybody thought it would be best for me to wait in Midland. Well, that is until...
But you came on anyway, eh? Smart girl. Like I say, if you got somebody, you better stick with him. I know. I ain't got nobody.
Oh? Well, who are you meeting here then?
Nobody. I just come down to see the folks coming and going. Meet some interesting people that way. Like yourself, for instance.
Oh, thank you.
Some days I go to the public library. There's a more educated crowd there, but not so traveled.
Goodness. You have no family? No relatives at all?
No. Just live by myself in a furnished room, and it gets mighty tiresome at times. I tell you, if you've got somebody, you better stick with him.
I think you're right, Mr.
Whitsit's the name. Lemuel Whitsit.
Mr. Whitsit, you're so right. That's the way I feel about it, too. But I wonder what could have happened to Jim.
Well, appears to me like somebody must have got the signals crossed. But don't you worry, little lady. I'll take care of you until your husband can take over. But first, let's go phone that fellow of yours. So this young man of yours is an architect, eh?
Yes, and a very good one, too.
Well, there wasn't quite enough work in Midland to support an office of his own, so that's why... Hello? Hello, Blake and Whitlock. Is Mr. James Carter in, please? Carter. Well, I suppose he'd be in the drafting room. He's rather new with the firm, and... It must be a very big office.
Is that so?
Yes. What? Oh, but... Are you sure? I see. Thank you.
Hey, what's the matter here?
Jim, he isn't there. They said he doesn't work there anymore.
Now, don't get all upset, Mrs. Carter. It's all as dark as dawn. We'll just take a cab to where your husband lives. You can make yourself comfortable there till he comes home.
I don't know where he lives.
You don't know?
No, that is, you see, when I tried to telephone him last night, the operator said he checked out of his hotel without any forwarding address.
You're sure of that?
Well, yes, but I was so rushed getting on the train and all.
Well, I reckon we've got to go to that hotel and start from there. Maybe he made some arrangements about mail or something. Anyhow, we'll make a try at it.
It's awfully nice of you to come along with me like this, Mr. Whitsitt.
Oh, that's all right. I ain't got nothing particular to do anyway. And I feel kind of responsible for you. And as they say, a friend in need,
I just can't understand it. Why, we were moving to Capital City just so Jim could take this job with Blake and Whitlock. And now he isn't even working there anymore. Oh, dear, I hope they didn't fire him.
Oh, it ain't likely. If he's as good an architect as you say.
Well, I'm afraid he isn't really. I know by now that Jim's never going to set the world on fire, but that's all right with me. I love him.
Yeah, love seems to get more people into more messes. But they say that's what makes the world go round. Personally, I think it's going around a little too fast these days.
No wonder his letters were so vague and stilted. Oh, I really should have gone along with him when he came. I can't understand what happened.
Maybe he went off on a bender.
Oh, no, Jim isn't a drinking man, and I just can't believe that about that brunette.
What brunette?
Oh, it was the usual kind of gossip, you know. Well, Estelle Morris, who lives in Midland, said she saw Jim in a hotel lobby with a very striking brunette.
Huh.
But I'll bet it was somebody about his job or something. Of course, Ed Corey.
Hey? Who's he?
Well, he's a friend of Dad's.
Oh.
He did say he tried 3 evenings here in Capital City to get in touch with Jim, and... No, I won't believe anything until Jim tells me so himself.
Well, as they say, nothing's more unpredictable than the weather, except people.
Here you are, lady. Wilshire Hotel, 185.
Oh, here you are.
Okay, thanks.
Pretty expensive way to travel, but, I guess it's a good way to get places in a hurry. If you're in a hurry.
Yes. Do you suppose the doorman would watch my suitcase while I asked at the desk?
I wouldn't count on it. From the looks of this hotel, I doubt if they got a doorman.
Yes, it's not very impressive looking, is it? But I suppose Jim took the first conveniently located hotel he could find until he could look around for something better.
Yeah. He sure picked a doozy. Well, let's go on in and see if we can find out what's what. Doesn't seem to be anybody here at the desk. Guess we'll have to stir up a little service.
Oh.
That ought to get him.
Coming. Yes, what is it? What can I do for you?
Oh, you see, I'm Mrs. Carter. My husband was living here, and I just came from Midland to join him.
What was the name? Barker?
No, Carter. Mr. James Carter.
Carter. Oh, yeah. He ain't here anymore. Checked out last week. Didn't leave any forwarding address.
None at all.
Nope. He comes by now and then to pick up his mail, but I ain't seen him for a couple of days now. He's got a couple of letters here for him.
My letters? Oh, Mr. Whitsitt, what am I going to do?
Well, I wouldn't go to fretting till I found out whether I had something to fret about. Like, did your husband maybe get amnesia? or get run over by a car or something.
Oh.
Now, look here. I ain't saying he didn't, but it ain't likely. Right now, I reckon you better sit down a minute. You're getting to look a little peaked around the edges. When'd you eat last?
I guess it was... Oh, I don't know. I couldn't get down a mouthful of breakfast this morning, and I didn't sleep very well last night.
That's what I thought. So why don't you write your husband a note and let him hold it with his other mail here? Then suppose we go over there into the coffee shop of this flea-bitten hostelry and risk a touch of ptomaine while we figure out what we're going to do about you. It's almost lunchtime, and maybe we might think better with a little hot food in our stomachs.
Oh, but Mr. Whitsitt, I couldn't possibly eat.
Oh, no.
Well, maybe just a cup of coffee. But something awful must have happened, Mr. Whitsitt. Well, I mean, there have been so many things he should have told me, like quitting his job and checking out without a forwarding address
And being seen around with an attractive brunette.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that, but he might be in some kind of trouble. Something he just couldn't face. Sometimes you read about men who just disappear, drop out of sight, and are never heard of again.
Not men with pretty young wives like you.
But, I just shouldn't have let him come on alone. And now I don't know what to do, or where to go, or even how to start looking for him.
Well, there's always one very simple solution to the whole muddle. You can always go back to Midland and just wait until you hear from him.
Oh, no, I couldn't go back home now. At least I'll stay as long as my money holds out. And...
What's the matter?
And...
Ptomaine already?
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Mrs. Carter, where are you going? Come back here. Mrs. Carter.
While Sally's new friend, Lemuel Whitsitt, was calling after her, wondering what in the world had happened to make her jump up from the table and run out of the coffee shop, a young man was stepping briskly up to the mail desk in the lobby of the hotel and saying to the clerk,
Hello there, Bright Eyes. Any mail for me?
Huh? Oh, yeah, Barker, ain't it? Yeah, there's a couple of letters and also a note. A kind of pretty blonde girl dropped by about half an hour ago and left a note for you.
Oh, well, look here. The only pretty blonde I know is...
Jim! Jim! Oh, Jim.
But... Holy cats. It's hard to believe, but I've forgotten what it was like to be kissed by you.
Oh, Jim, darling. Oh, I just couldn't believe my eyes when I looked through the door of the coffee shop and
Sally, baby, is this really you? What are you doing here in Capital City?
Why, I've come on to be with you, darling. I just couldn't stand it at home anymore after I found out how Dad tricked me into staying.
But, baby...
And then Ed Corey said you were never in. And Estelle Marr saw you in some hotel lobby with some brunette.
What?
And I got here and found you'd quit your job, and then you weren't staying at this hotel anymore, and I didn't know where you were or what... Oh, Jim, I've been so worried about you.
Oh, here now, kid. Everything's all right. So far as the job's concerned, why, it's just that deal over with Blake and Whitlock turned out to be a lemon. It was perfectly clear to me that it was a dead-end proposition before I'd been there a week, so I quit.
Oh, Jim.
And when this other opportunity came along. Well, anyway, I don't think I was cut out to be an architect in the first place. And now...
You're not doing architecture?
Nope, nothing to do with it. I've got a selling job now with a great future, baby. We're really on our way to hitting the jackpot this time.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
Of course, I moved out of this rat hole last week. Been staying at the Y until I could find something really good.
Well, that explains everything. Except the stunning brunette.
Brunette?
In the hotel lobby.
Oh, yes. Well, she's the sister of one of the guys at the office. She's in the real estate business, and I've had her trying to line up an apartment for us. Well, I hate to tell you this, but no luck so far.
No? Well, don't worry, darling. I'll take that job over now. Oh, Jim, it's so good to be with you. Nothing's ever going to separate us again.
That's right, baby. From now on, our motto is going to be...
If you got somebody, you better stick with them.
What?
Oh, darling, I want you to meet Mr. Whitsitt. He's the first friend I've made. Terribly all morning.
Oh, well, I certainly appreciate all you've done for Sally, Mr. Whitsitt. That was very kind of you.
Oh, not at all, son, not at all. It was much more interesting than sitting at the public library.
But I still can't believe it, Sal. You here in Capital City. Oh, there's a million things I want to talk to you about, and... well, this really calls for a celebration.
Just what I was thinking. Where we go?
We?
Sure. Like I say, if you've got somebody, you better stick with them.
Well, back we go now to Mary Lee Taylor's friendly kitchen, and wait till you see what's cooking. If you think Mary Lee Taylor doesn't know her onion, you're going to change your mind in a hurry when you hear about the Creole stuffed onion she's fixed for you today. Yep, Creole stuffed onions. That's the recipe of the week, and a swell way to use just 1/4 pound of meat to make a good, satisfying main dish. Anyway, that's what she claims.
And you know it's the truth, Belle. You had a sample just day before yesterday. Have you forgotten so soon?
I sure haven't, Mary Lee. I can close my eyes and see 'em now. Great, big, fat onions filled with meat and I don't know what else, but it was awful good anyway. And there was some kind of a tomato sauce you served with them that was wonderful.
And in just a few minutes, I'm going to give the complete recipe. But I do want you to know that you can get this and dozens of other money-saving recipes in a book called Main Dishes, Salads, and Desserts. So send for your copy of this grand collection of recipes today.
Just your name and address and the words Main Dishes on a postcard. That's all. Then send the card to Mary Lee Taylor, care of this station, or to Pet Milk, St. Louis, Zone 1, Missouri.
And if you have a baby, add the words Baby Book to the same card. And I'll send you a gift copy of Pet Milk's wonderful book called Your Baby, which is packed with just the kind of information that is most helpful about the care and training of a baby.
And right now, I hope your baby, if you have one, is being very sweet and quiet because Mary Lee Taylor has that beat the high cost of living meal plan to give you.
And today's meal, remember, costs only about $1.23 for 4 people, or 31 cents a person. This might cost you a few cents more or a few cents less, depending on where you live, but it won't vary a great deal.
She's a genius, that's what she is. 31 cents a person. I certainly want to hear about this meal.
Well, we start with Creole stuffed onions. And since this is a baked dish, we'll have baked potatoes and, to save money, pet butter spread.
Hey, you're making me hungry.
You won't be hungry after you've eaten a meal like this because with the Creole stuffed onions and baked potatoes, we're going to have bacon corn muffins made according to the recipe in the current book.
Bacon corn muffins?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy, does that sound good.
And pepper slaw, which is a combination of shredded cabbage and green pepper.
Oh, this gets better and better. What else?
And for dessert, baked apples and hot coffee or tea.
When you can turn out a meal like that for about 31 cents per person, no wonder they've kept you on the air for 15 years.
Well, it's not only a meal that tastes good, Del. It's actually planned to give you as much protein as you get from the usual meat and potato meal. And now, here is the fail-proof recipe for the main dish of the meal, Creole stuffed onions.
Okay, MLT, I'm all set to take it down right along with our listeners. Creole stuffed onions. What comes first,
Cover and boil for 15 minutes.
Cover and boil for 15 minutes. Okay, what am I covering and boiling?
4 large onions in 2 cups of boiling water.
4 large onions, and do I like onions, in 2 cups boiling water. And if you ask me, anything that starts with 4 large onions is bound to be good.
The next step is to drain the water off the onions, then let them cool, and scoop out the centers, enough to have the onion cup about a half-inch thick.
Drain off water, cool onions, scoop out centers. Isn't that a little on the tricky side, that scooping out business?
It all depends on how the onions are cooked, and we'll get into that a little later.
Okay, so now the onions are scooped out. Now what's next?
You chop the centers of the onions and mix with the following ingredients.
Wait a minute now. Chop centers and mix with... All right, mix with what?
1/3 cup deviled ham.
1/3 cup deviled ham. Say, onions and deviled ham sounds like a swell combination. Go ahead, what else?
1/4 cup pet milk.
Ah, the milk I love. 1/4 cup pet milk. I've got that, Mary Lee, in letters that high. Something else?
Yes, 1 cup soft breadcrumbs.
1 cup soft breadcrumbs. Oh, now I'm beginning to catch on. That all?
One thing more. 1/4 teaspoon salt.
1/4 teaspoon
salt. Okay, so the onions are scooped out and the centers are chopped up and mixed with deviled ham, pet milk, breadcrumbs, and salt. And I suppose that goes into the scooped out onions?
That's right. And the onions are then put into a quart baking dish.
Put filled onions into quart baking dish. Go ahead, MLT.
Now pour around the onions a mixture of...
Pour around onions a mixture of... Okay, of what, Mary Lee?
A 10 1/2 ounce can of condensed tomato soup and 1/2 cup of water.
A 10 1/2 ounce can condensed tomato soup and 1/2 cup water. And boy, oh boy, what a sauce that is when it's all finished.
And the final step is to bake the onions in the sauce in a hot oven, 425 degrees, for 25 minutes or until the onions are tender.
You're making me so hungry, I'm not sure I can write down this last step. Let's see now. Bake in hot oven, 425 degrees.
25 minutes or until onions are tender.
25 minutes or tender. Yeah, now that's what's got me. Because when those onions are tender, I want to be right there when they are tender because I want to get my share. Now, didn't I tell you there's always something good to eat in Mary Lee Taylor's kitchen?
And I'd better add that the recipe you just heard serves 4 people. And also that you can, if you like, use 1/2 cup of ground frankfurters, wieners, bologna, or canned lunch meat in place of the deviled ham.
Well, by lunch meat, I suppose you mean something like Spam or Prem or Treat?
That's right. And if you're wondering why the 1/2 cup of lunch meat, when the recipe calls for only a 1/3 cup of deviled ham, it's because the deviled ham is much more concentrated, so much stronger in flavor, so you don't need quite so much of it.
Okay, that's clear, but how large, may I ask, are large onions? That recipe of yours needs
4 large onions. And to answer your question, the 4 onions together should be large enough to weigh about 1 1/4 pounds.
And how do you get those onions to behave? I still think they just fall apart when you take the centers out of them.
Well, not if they're boiled for just 15 minutes and drained and cooled before you scoop out the centers, just as the recipe directs. And remember, don't use any more water for the boiling than the recipe calls for. That's just 2 cups. Put the onions into the pan when the water is boiling, then cover the pan and turn the heat low enough so the water boils gently, and let the onions cook slowly, and cook them until they're almost tender.
In other words, if you cook the onions too long, you really might have trouble with them, huh?
Besides, after the stuffing is put into the onions, they're baked 25 minutes, so they have plenty of chance to become tender in the oven.
And that business about mixing the deviled ham with pet milk and breadcrumbs, I guess that's a pretty smart trick, huh?
Well, it is an easy way to make a little meat seem like a lot, because the breadcrumbs soak up the double-rich pet milk. And when you eat the Creole stuffed onions, that stuffing tastes like all meat, doesn't it?
Sure does. You had me fooled.
Another thing, the pet milk, because it's whole milk concentrated to double richness, puts an extra amount of protein into the dish. The same kind of complete protein that you get from meat. If pet milk weren't double rich, you couldn't use it in this way. Ordinary milk, for example, would be too thin. It wouldn't hold the meat mixture together the way pet milk does.
Well, I take it you think pet is pretty good milk,
Pretty good. Money just can't buy better milk than pet. And you know it.
Yes, and I also know that every meal can be a better meal when you use pet milk and Mary Lee Taylor's tested recipes. So be sure to send today for the recipe book called Main Dishes, Salads, and Desserts. 16 pages of the newest recipes perfected in the pet milk kitchen. Remember, send your request to Mary Lee Taylor, care of this station, or to Pet Milk, St. Louis, Zone 1, Missouri.
And when you shop for groceries, look for the pet milk display and help yourself to one of the handy take-home recipe folders featured with this display.
In just a minute, Mary Lee will give you today's recipe for happiness. But first, a reminder that tonight is your night for a date with Vic Damone. Vic Damone is the sensational young singer starring on The Pet Milk Show with Hollis Shaw, the Serenaders, and Gus Henson and his Pet Milk Orchestra. For a half hour of the songs you love best, tune in to Vic Damone and The Pet Milk Show, heard over most of these same NBC stations. Just check your local newspaper for the exact time. And now, Mary Lee Taylor with today's recipe for happiness.
In marriage, as in any partnership, you must sympathize a little. praise a little, appreciate a little, and remember that all the hard work is never just on one side. And now until next Saturday, this is Mary Lee Taylor saying goodbye and happy homemaking.
Goodbye, Mary Lee Taylor, and good luck and good health to all of you from Pet Milk, America's first evaporated milk. Pet Milk is the all-family, all-purpose milk that has been a favorite in millions of homes for more than 3 generations. And you save money when you use Pet Milk because pets cost less generally than any other form of milk. So when it's milk you need, get Pet. The Mary Lee Taylor program is directed by Al Chance. Del King speaking.
Presents My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Ten years ago, polo-playing George Cougat married debutante Elizabeth Elliott. It was a beautiful wedding, and of course, every wedding has its pranksters. Friends of the bride and groom who do cute little things to launch the marriage with a laugh.
Hey, Corey, I tied the just married sign in the tin cans on back of the car.
Fine, Norman. I drained the gas tank to kind of slow him up a little. What did you do, Ed?
I've taken off the wheels.
Good. Now help me lift the hood, you guys.
What are you going to do, Corey?
They won't need it. Let's take out the motor.
Well, it was all in the spirit of fun, and no one really got mad. George didn't.
Oh, I got a big kick out of it. I laughed and slapped Corey on the back with a jack handle.
And Liz thought it was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was jolly. We had a lovely honeymoon right in front of the house.
Well, that was 10 years ago. Now the Cougats are just George and Liz, still happy, 2 people who live together and like it. There's the suburban home of the Cougats, that big brick one with the 2 chimneys silhouetted against the afternoon sky. Wonder what's going on inside. Don't see George around anywhere. Oh, he's probably still at the bank. But Liz is home. There she is in the kitchen with Katie, the maid. What's this? Liz Cougat wearing an apron and cooking.
Careful taking it out of the oven, Katie.
Oh, I'm being careful, Mrs. Cougat.
Oh, I'm so proud, Katie. It's a beautiful cake, and I made it all by myself.
Oh, it is beautiful, Mrs. Cougat. But look at the lump in the middle.
Yes. Katie, you don't suppose...
Well, what, Mrs. Cougat?
I haven't seen the cat for the past hour.
It couldn't be the cat, ma'am. It doesn't have a tail.
Maybe the shortening wasn't short enough.
Well, the lump seems to be going down. I think it's settling.
Katie, I think we had a blowout.
Oh, it just dropped a little. Nothing a new cake won't fix.
Oh, Katie, now what am I going to contribute to the charity bazaar tonight? Look at that cake.
Well, maybe you can make it into something useful, ma'am, like a lampshade.
Oh, dear, not only my cake is a failure, but my fudge, too. Have you ever seen such fudge, Katie?
Oh, too bad we didn't know how it was going to turn out. We could have patched that crack in the driveway.
Well, when I go to the bazaar tonight, I'm determined to take something I made all by myself. Now, what can I make that's sure to turn out all right? I know.
What, Mrs. Cougat?
I'll buy something at the store.
You always go to so much trouble for these charity bazaars, Mrs. Cougat. What do they do with the money they take in?
Well, the money from this particular bazaar is going to the old folks' home.
Oh, the old folks' home. Well, that's nice. What are you going to buy them?
Well, we've been talking about a dance floor. But that didn't seem practical. We'll probably just give them the money.
Oh, that's a much better plan.
Yes, then they can go out and dance. Hello, George.
Liz, what are you doing down here at the bank?
Oh, George, something terrible has happened.
Oh, now take it easy, darling. Here, sit down. Now, what's the trouble?
My cake dropped.
Oh. Is anyone killed?
George Cougat, this is no laughing matter. I've had nothing but bad luck today. I baked a cake for the bazaar and it fell. I made fudge and it turned to concrete. I went shopping, I bought a couple of nice cakes and a lot of candy, and now I'm right back where I started.
Why? What happened?
I left everything on the bus.
Darling, you're such a scatterbrain. Sometimes I think you'd forget your head if it weren't fastened on.
Well, that would be one way to lose weight. I couldn't eat between meals.
And your hats would sit a lot lower, too.
Oh, George, what am I going to do? I want to contribute something to the bazaar.
Honey, why don't you go home and have Katie bake a cake and make some candy and everything will be fine.
Well, there's one thing about my cooking. It's always good when Katie does it. Oh, George, why am I such a misfit in the kitchen? Why can't I cook?
Oh, Liz, don't talk like that. I think you cook very well. You make delicious peanut butter sandwiches.
Thank you. And I'm pretty good at slicing watermelon, too.
Well, you'd better run along, darling. I've got to finish checking this money.
All right, dear. Uh-oh. I think you've got a counterfeit bill in there, George.
A counterfeit bill? Which one?
The one right there with Monopoly written across it.
Go home.
How many cakes shall I bake, Mrs. Cougat?
2 cakes, Katie, and a couple of pounds of candy.
All right, ma'am, but we could have saved a lot of time if I'd done it in the first place.
I know. I just wanted to try my hand.
Well, it seems to me, Mrs. Cougat, that every time you try your hand, you put your foot in it.
Hello?
Hello? Liz?
Yes, this is she.
This is Mrs. Medwick, dear.
Oh.
Chairwoman of the bazaar.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Medwick.
Well, I'm just calling to ask a great favor of you. I need a girl to run a booth for me tonight.
Run a booth? Oh, Mrs. Medwick, I'd be more than happy to run a booth for you. I haven't had much success with my baking or candy making today, and if you'd put me in charge of a booth, I'd feel I was doing my part.
Splendid, dear. We'll have plenty of cakes and oodles of candy anyway. And this particular booth requires a special product.
Which booth will I be in?
The kissing booth.
Oh.
You'll sell them for 50 cents each.
Oh, well, I don't know, Mrs. Medwick. I'm terrific in the house, but I haven't had much experience outside.
Now, Liz, you said you wanted to help, and we do need you. It won't be a bit difficult. Oh, we'll be more than pleased if you take in, say, $200.
$200? That's 400 kisses.
Now, Liz, think of the old folks.
400 kisses, and I'll be one of the old folks.
Anything for charity, Liz. Oh, and now maybe you can recommend a good man for the booth.
A man for the booth?
Yes. We decided to have a man in the kissing booth, too. For us girls, you know.
Oh, yes. Well, Corey Cartwright. He's the one for that job. He's a bachelor, and I read in the paper he's very good at kissing.
In the paper about Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Really? A scandal of some kind, dear?
No, he took a half-page ad. You can probably reach him through my husband. George will know where he is.
Thank you, Liz, dear. I'll call George right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Medwick. Katie, you won't have to bother with the cakes or candy. Mrs. Medwick has assigned me to the kissing booth tonight.
Oh? Well, you look worried, ma'am.
I am. I don't know how Mr. Cougat's going to take the news.
Well, there's nothing wrong with working in the booth, Mrs. Cougat. I did it once at our high school carnival.
Was it a kissing booth?
Not exactly, ma'am. They threw baseballs at me.
Well, the kissing booth is different. They throw lips at you. I'm afraid Mr. Cougat will fly into a jealous rage when he hears about it.
Mr. Cougat in a rage? Oh, that doesn't sound like the mister at all. He's kind and gentle. Remember the mouse traps he bought? The kind that don't kill the mice, just make a noise like a cat to scare them.
You don't know Mr. Cougat like I do, Katie. Before we were married, our friend Jimmy Paterno just tried to hold my hand one day, and George just lost his temper completely. Stamped his foot on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "All right for you."
I've heard stronger words than that on Guy Lombardo records.
What's up? You've had a smug sneer on your face ever since I picked you up at the bank.
Well, Corey, I've been waiting to tell you about the charity bazaar tonight. Mrs. Medwick called me this afternoon, and I'm going to be in the kissing booth.
You're going to be in the kissing booth?
Yes. She said she had you in mind, but I didn't know where you were when she called, so to ensure having someone, she gave the job to me.
What do you mean you didn't know where I was? I told you if anybody wanted me, I'd be down at the YWCA, sitting on the steps.
Oh, that's right, you did. Must have slipped my mind.
Slipped your mind, my eye. You deliberately did me out of my job.
Your job?
Yes. With you, it's just a novelty, George. With me, it's my life's work.
Corey, you may be pretty good at kissing, but face the facts. Sometimes the carpenter can do the electrician's work.
Don't be ridiculous, George. You don't have anywhere near the voltage in your buzzer that I have.
Mr. Cartwright, dear friend. True, I am now a dignified, respectable banker. But allow your memory to take you back to our wild school days. I was the boy they nicknamed Devil Breath.
George, that title had nothing to do with your ability. You got it the night you kissed Myra Ponce and me down at the beach. She was smoking a cigarette, and you had been siphoning gas.
Yeah, I can still hear Myra saying, "Do it again," as we rode away in the ambulance.
You just aren't built for this kind of work, George. Your lips are too thin.
Well, your lips are too fat.
Those are my shock absorbers for kissing on bumpy roads.
Corey, you're just burned up because I got the job.
All right, George. Just forget about it. It's all right with me if you want to break up your home. Or have you told Liz?
No, I haven't told Liz yet, but I will as soon as I get home. And Liz won't mind. It's for charity.
Okay, George. I hear it's nice this time of year in Reno.
Oh, you always try to stir me up. But I'm not the least bit worried about Liz. Why, Liz and I don't know the meaning of jealous.
Okay, George. Be gay, be happy. There's so little time left.
Oh, Corey, you can't worry me. I know Liz won't get sore. Why should she? It's for charity. No, Corey, you can't worry me. Light my cigar for me, will you? I can't take my eyes off the road.
Sure, I'll light your cigar, George. You sure you aren't just a little worried?
Oh, not the least bit.
Then take that fountain pen out of your mouth.
Oh, waiting for me, honey?
Yes, George, there's something I want to talk to you about. Sit down.
All right, dear. What's on your mind?
The charity bazaar tonight.
Oh, yes, the charity bazaar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't want to go, Liz, it's perfectly all right. I could just go over with Corey.
Oh, no, I'm going, George, but I thought perhaps you'd like to stay home because those bazaars bore you so much.
Well, I won't be bored tonight.
Oh?
Well, in fact, I'm going to have a booth.
Oh, well, that's fine. So am I.
Oh, you are? Which booth will you be in?
Oh, just one of the booths, one of the wooden ones with a little awning.
Oh, those are nice booths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which booth will you be in?
Oh, one of the wooden ones with a little awning. Those are the booths, aren't they?
Yes, they are. What will you be selling?
Things.
What kind of things?
Oh, things. With the tin foil and ribbons. Well, you know, things. What are you selling?
Stuff.
Stuff? What kind of stuff?
Things.
Oh, they're nice.
Yes. Charity bazaars are fun, aren't they? Everyone doing something for charity. Selling taffy and hot dogs and operating dart games and the kissing booth and...
Yes, I think it's wonderful the way people give up their time to sell popcorn and bake cakes, and knit socks, and work in the kissing booth.
I wonder who's going to be in the kissing booth tonight. What noble, generous woman, for the sake of her community, has donated her time and lipstick to help this worthy cause.
I understand a man's going to be in the kissing booth, too.
Oh?
Some staunch citizen, a charitable soul who will suffer through it to help others.
George, I'm going to be in the kissing booth.
You are.
Now control yourself, George.
Liz, I'm going to be in the kissing booth, too. I was afraid of you being angry.
Darling, this is wonderful. We'll be together. Oh, you were afraid to tell me for fear I'd be jealous, and I was afraid to tell you for the same reason. But there's no need for it.
No, none at all, because neither of us is jealous. We won't care who kisses who, will we? It's all for charity.
All for charity. I don't care how many old ladies you kiss.
What about the young ladies?
Oh, there probably won't be any young ones, just old ones.
Oh. Well, I imagine there'll be quite a few old men there, too. You can kiss all the old men you like.
All for charity. We aren't jealous, are we, George?
Of course not. All for charity.
George.
Yes, Liz?
Kiss me.
Now?
Right now. Charity begins at home.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, of George and Liz, who tonight find themselves partners in a kissing booth at the Charity Bazaar. George will delight the ladies, and Liz will delight the men. Both have assured each other that there will be no jealousy. There they are, standing in the kissing booth, waiting for customers. Uh-oh, here comes one. Oh, no, that's their friend, Corey Cartwright.
George, Liz, what are you doing in there?
I'm in the business, too, Corey.
Oh. Well, haven't they overlooked something, George?
Overlooked what, Corey?
Well, I see the sign, kisses 50 cents. Naturally, that means Liz. Where's the nickel sign for you?
My kisses are the same price.
Would you like to be my first customer, Corey?
Oh, Liz, I couldn't kiss you. It wouldn't be fair to George.
Well, you can buy one from him, too, if you like.
Well, it isn't that, Liz. You like George now, but if I kissed you, well, grape juice is all right until you've tasted champagne.
Then I can't sell you a kiss?
No, Liz, let's not make old George unhappy now. Dad's getting along.
Corey, I am not getting old. You can count my gray hairs on one hand.
Oh, really, dear? Let me see. Which hand are they on?
George, what are you staring at? Oh, a customer for Liz. You aren't getting burned up, are you, George?
No, don't be silly, Corey.
I'll just step to one side.
Hello.
Hello.
I was talking to the girl, if you don't mind. The sign says for 50 cents I can kiss you. Is that right?
That's right.
Any limit on the number of kisses I can buy?
Not that I know of.
Wow. Now, are we going to have fun or are we going to have fun?
Well, I hope no one's waiting up for you.
Shall we proceed?
Well, it's getting late. Guess we'd better close up.
Close up? Hey, wait a minute. I got $8 I want to spend.
Well, go spend your $8 on Coca-Cola.
I would, only my swimming pool's full of water right now.
What's the matter, George? Jealous?
Certainly not, Corey.
Don't feel slighted, Georgie. I'll give you something to keep your little hands busy. Here, you can hold my hot dog.
George Cougat, you should be ashamed of yourself. After all, it's for charity.
Look what's coming over here.
Well, kiss is 50 cents. Oh, do I get to kiss you, you great, big, beautiful man?
No, you have to kiss the fellow in the booth.
Corey, she was talking to me.
I'm running a special today, miss. The first one's free, and the next two are for nothing.
This is my customer, Corey. How many would you like, miss? They're just chock full of goodness.
I'll take a lot of them. I'm such a charitable person.
We're just closing.
Liz, you should be ashamed of yourself. After all, it's for charity.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, fella. Shall we get started on my $8, lady?
We're just closing.
I don't understand this. I came over here to do something for charity.
Join the Salvation Army.
Say, miss, as one would-be customer to the other, may I make a suggestion?
What?
I'll give you 50 cents and you kiss me, then you give me 50 cents and I kiss you. We ain't going to get nowhere here.
been 2 hours, and I see the kissing booth is still going strong. How much have you taken in, Liz?
Not a dime. Every time a man comes up, George interferes. He got violent with the last one.
Violent? Liz, what do you mean violent? I accidentally knocked his ice cream cone out of his hand.
Right into his face.
How much money have you taken in, George?
Nothing. Every time a woman comes up, Liz asks me if my upper plate's staying in all right.
Oh, are you still having trouble with that?
Corey, you know I don't wear one.
Oh, of course. It's the lower, of course. I'm only kidding, but I do bear tidings from Mrs. Medwick. You being a banker, she wants you to come over and help her tally some receipts.
But I can't leave Liz. I mean the booth. The booth needs me.
Come along, George. The booth could lose just as much money without you.
Well, all right. I'll be right back, Liz.
All right, George.
Hello there.
Hello.
I frightened you. Oh, I'm sorry. It really isn't my fault. This is the only face I've got.
Well, there's nothing wrong with your face.
No, I have nice features. They're just thrown together hideously.
I don't believe I've ever met you before.
Oh, my name's Leonard Estabrook.
Oh, are you any relation to Helen Estabrook?
Well, I'm her husband.
Why are you whispering?
We were married secretly, and she doesn't want anyone to know yet.
How long have you been married?
27 years. I've been circling you all evening trying to get up courage to come over and talk to you. I circle everybody. And you know what?
What?
I get awfully dizzy.
Well, then, why do you circle people?
I like to get dizzy. I don't drink. Getting dizzy is my only vice. Do you have any vices?
I eat crackers in bed.
That's a strange way to get dizzy. Are you really selling kisses for 50 cents?
Well, that's the general idea.
If I gave you 50 cents, would you kiss me?
Well, yes.
Oh, goodness.
What's wrong, Mr. Estabrook?
All I have with me is a penny. Could you give me a penny's worth?
The rules, Mr. Estabrook, 50 cents. Besides, my husband's very jealous. He hasn't allowed me to kiss anybody all evening.
Oh, you're married. Yes. I don't blame your husband for being jealous. You're very beautiful. I wish I were as beautiful as you. But then I guess it wouldn't help.
It wouldn't?
No. I don't have the figure to go with it. My legs are skinny, but you can't tell it to look at me because I disguised them.
Well, how do you disguise them?
I wear trousers. Well, if you won't give me a kiss for a penny, I guess I'll just have to scrape up the difference. I wish I could look on the ground and find a 49-cent piece.
I'm back, Liz. How was business while I was gone?
Take a look in the cash drawer.
The cash drawer? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 5. Liz, $5.
Mm-hmm. I'd have made more, only 2 of them were twins, and they sneaked one in on me.
They all kissed you on the cheek, of course.
I don't know. I had my eyes closed.
George, old boy, Corey Cartwright comes with joyous news.
Oh, what could be good news?
Well, after you left, I had a little talk with Mrs. Medwick, and it's all fixed up.
Oh, you mean Liz and I can leave?
Nearly correct, old boy. You can leave. You've been transferred to the saltwater taffy booth.
Yeah, but what about Liz?
Oh, I'll be all right, George. You go ahead and sell the saltwater taffy. You look kind of pale. The sea air will be good for you.
Mrs. Medwick? Oh, Mrs. Medwick.
George, why aren't you in the taffy booth?
Oh, I'm afraid it's too much work for me to handle alone. I'm going to need some help. I'm just swamped.
Swamped? I don't see a soul in front of the booth.
Well, business is so good, I had to turn them away. Oh, they're really buying that taffy. Eating it up like candy.
I don't know who I can get to help you, George.
How about Liz? Yes, Liz. Why didn't I think of her before? Oh, she's marvelous at selling candy. Very experienced at it, too.
She is?
Oh, of course. Have you ever heard of Martha Washington chocolates?
Oh, yes.
Well, Liz eats them all the time. Taffy. Get your saltwater taffy. Nice, sticky, gooey, lumpy saltwater taffy.
Hello, George.
Well, Liz, what are you doing here?
Mrs. Medwick told me to come over. Said you were rushed and needed help.
Oh, indeed I do.
Well, where are all the customers?
Oh, they're around. Oh, here comes one now.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Estabrook.
I have 26 cents now. I found a quarter
You did? Where?
in an old pair of pants on an old man.
Well, now you're only short 24 cents.
Yes, and I'm going to get it. Don't leave till I get back.
Where are you going?
Chicago. I know a man there who has 24 cents. You wait for me.
So that's Helen Estabrook's husband. They say he isn't quite all there.
Oh, he's all there, George. There's just something wrong with what's there.
Well, Liz, here we are together in a booth again.
Only this time it's a candy booth.
Yes. Fate certainly does work in wondrous ways.
Yes, fate certainly does. Of course, your little talk with Mrs. Medwick helped some.
Oh, how'd you know?
I went over to ask for the same thing, and you'd just left.
You were going to ask to come over here with me?
Yes. I love you, George. Wherever you go, I want to go, too.
You know, Liz, there's not too much difference between this candy booth and the kissing booth.
No. I guess it's all in the way you use it.
George? Liz? Hey, George, Liz, what's the matter with you guys? This is the kissing booth over here.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Are you asleep, Tutti Frutti?
Tutti Frutti? When did you give me that name?
Just now. Don't you think it's cute?
Beautiful. I'll have my business cards reprinted tomorrow. Tutti Frutti Cougat, the sweetest banker in town.
I'm glad you like my little pet names, George. Tutti Frutti.
What do you want? Turnip Blossom.
Do you love me more than anything else in the whole world?
Yes, darling. I love you more than anything else in the whole world.
If I were in the path of an oncoming truck, would you dash out and save me?
How big a truck?
George.
I'd save you, honey.
George.
George is asleep.
What?
I'm his friend, Tutti Frutti.
Oh. Did you see the devil's food cake I made this morning?
Yeah, I saw it, Liz.
What'd you think of it?
It looked like the devil.
Oh, I meant to tell you something. Remember tonight at the Bazaar when you came back to the kissing booth and saw $5 in the drawer?
I'd rather not discuss it.
I didn't kiss anybody. That was my money. Good night,
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness.
Welcome now to our show. Here's a friend you all know. Charlotte Greenwood is with us again.
The Hallmark Charlotte Greenwood Show, brought to you every Sunday at this time by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. And here is our star, that lovable lady of stage and screen, Charlotte Greenwood. Well, last week Charlotte almost got a train for Hollywood. Almost, but not quite. So now we find her back in the office of the Lakeview Post-Dispatch. The time's around 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. The local room is quiet and deserted except for Charlotte, who's talking long distance to her manager.
Oh, Roger, stop fretting. I'll be in Hollywood in plenty of time to start the picture. It's another musical? Say, why can't you get me a part in a costume picture? At least I could wear something different. Now, Roger, that wasn't a costume picture. I didn't wear a bustle. I accidentally sat down in a wastepaper basket and they shot the scene before I could get it off. Well, next time get me a story that's exotic and foreign-like. Like The Rains Came. What do you mean we have to go to India to shoot it? Certainly we have to have waving palm trees and crowded marketplaces and a lot of rain. I can solve the whole thing. Shoot it in Los Angeles. We can call it The Coast is Clear. All right, Roger. Oh, say, Roger, I'm following your suggestion. I'm practicing my dance routine by using a chair. It might give the studio some casting trouble. Yes, they'll have to find me a dancing partner with 4 legs and a plush back.
Oh, hiya, Miss Greenwood.
All right, Roger, I'll positively right. Bye. Hello, Tommy. Say, Tommy, you want to go to a football game with me? The sports editor gave me 2 tickets.
Oh, I can't. They got me working for the advertising department this afternoon, picking up copies.
Oh, that's too bad. I know how I used to feel about missing a game when I was in school.
Where, Hollywood?
No, I went to school in New York.
NYU?
And why not?
I mean, did you go to New York University? I thought maybe you might be collegiate.
If you mean my hat, I was on a crowded bus this morning and somebody smashed it.
Say, can I use your typewriter to type up this classified ad?
Sure, go ahead. Oh, but I'm crazy about football. You know, at one time I knew the nationality of every player on the All-American team. But you know, there's one thing I've always wondered about.
What?
What kind of stories the players tell when they all put their heads together.
Oh, but you're telling stories, Miss Greenwood. That's a huddle. I better get this ad typed up. House for rent. Wonder what column it should go in.
House for rent? Should go in Ripley's column. Why can't you go to the game after you finish that?
Oh, I couldn't believe it if I didn't have to work. I'm supposed to take an examination this afternoon for officers' training school.
Oh, but you're too young to be in the Army. You're even too young to be a colonel in the Air Force.
Oh, that was the idea. I'm only 17 now, but if I pass this Army exam, well, when I am old enough, I have a chance to become an officer. And now on the very day of the exam, I gotta work.
Well, what do you have to do after you finish that?
Go out to the Thomas Goss Company and pick up an ad for tomorrow's Sunday edition. The call came in just about 20 minutes ago.
Who's the Thomas Goss Company?
The Thomas Goss Loom and Weaving Plant. They make tents for soldiers.
I thought soldiers lived in wolf holes.
Miss Greenwood, soldiers lived in foxholes.
Well, maybe I've been meeting the wrong kind of soldiers.
Oh, they live in tents, too. Anyhow, the Goss Company had a war contract making tents. And now they're going to reconvert to something else. That's what the ad's all about. It's pretty important.
Now, look, son, it's more important for you to take that exam. I'll go out and pick up the ad.
Hey, you will? Oh, gee, thanks, Miss Greenwood. Oh, but you can't. You'll miss the football game.
Well, that's one miss I won't mind. Now, you get going.
Okay, I can just make it. Oh, say, that ad there in the typewriter. Will you phone it to the advertising department?
Right away.
You've got everything straight now. You won't get mixed up.
Don't be silly. How could I possibly get mixed up?
Okay, well, so long.
So long, Tommy, and good luck. Give me the advertising department. Hello, this is Greenwood. I want to turn in a classified ad. Quote, lady has house for rent. If you're looking for something under the ceiling, you'll see me. IPAs. No, don't bother to read it back. I'm leaving for the Thomas Goss Loom and Weaving Plant. I said I'm weaving for the Thomas Bloom Lost and Leaving. I'm weeping for the gloomy Goss and Lost and Leaving. Oh, Beth, I'm leaving, and I'll phone you when I get there.
Let's think a moment about a friend. Some good friend you seldom see. Remember the last time you got together, how you promised yourself to keep in touch? Yet distance in your everyday life have a way of crowding out good intentions. And that's when a greeting card can be so helpful. For sending a card is always a way of saying, hello, I haven't forgotten. It takes so little effort and it means so much. Your Hallmark dealer has scores of friendship cards to help keep friends closer, happier. There are beautiful cards with warm, sincere greetings. And gay, clever, humorous cards. Good for a laugh and a lift any day. There are cheery messages just to say, how are you? And cards especially designed for men and women in the armed forces. In fact, there's always a Hallmark card that says just what you'd like to say, the way you'd like to say it. Hallmark cards are on display in America's finest stores. And remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. And now Charles Hathaway, his orchestra, and the Hallmark chorus in a new setting of an old favorite, together. We saw the rain together. As the rain together. Sang lovely praise together. And we found sweet and live forever.
You'll have to admit that Charlotte means well. So that Tommy Brooke can have Saturday afternoon off, Charlotte has volunteered to go out to the Thomas Goss factory and pick up copy for a Sunday advertisement. We find her now entering the plant where she encounters Mr. Goss's secretary.
Good afternoon. I'd like to see Mr. Goss.
Yeah, which Mr. Goss? We got one in production department and one in accounting.
Mr. Thomas Goss.
He's in production.
I'll wait till you get him finished.
What do you want to see him about, anyway?
Well, I want to pick up the copy for the reconversion ad. It runs in tomorrow's Post-Dispatch.
Yeah? What's Post-Dispatch?
It's a newspaper, darling. Something you read. You do read, don't you?
Certainly I read. I went to school once.
Once is what I would imagine. Now, if you tell me where I can find Mr. Goss.
Mr. Goss has went.
Has went where?
I don't know. He always closes at 2:30.
2:30? My, it isn't 2:30 already, is it?
You can see the clock there, Kansas. I'm closing up right now.
Well, wait a moment. I've got to pick up that ad.
Come back Monday. I'm sorry.
Monday will be too late. It's the reconversion ad for tomorrow's paper.
I'm sorry.
The Sunday edition goes to press a half hour from now.
I'm sorry.
Before he left, did Mr. Goss say how far he's gone with his reconversion?
He don't drive one. He's got a carpool.
Well, how do you play that? Now, listen, miss.
to hear right now. Yeah? Okay. That was Mr. Goss now. He says to tell you he wants to announce that in 30 days the factory will be reconverted for the production of white duck.
Oh, thank goodness for that. May I use your phone?
Well, make it snappy, sister, because I'm walking to George up just as soon as I can get my coat.
Post Dispatch, Advertising Department. This is Greenwood. I've got the copy for the Goss ad. Are you ready? Here it is. The Thomas Goss Company announces that within 30 days the factory will be reconverted to, wait a minute now. Oh, yes. Will be reconverted to raise white ducks. That's right, to raise white ducks.
Yeah?
Good evening, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, hello, Charles. Come in.
Have a nice weekend?
Yeah, fine. I had a marvelous weekend. Say, did you phone a house for rent ad to the advertising department Saturday?
Oh, yeah?
I heard about that. You should have sent that one to the New Yorker. Hey, that was the funniest ad come in.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah?
Lyle from the legal department.
How are you, Mr. Lyle? We folks up here in the editorial office don't often get a chance to see you fellows from the legal department. And this is Charlotte Greenwood.
Oh, well, how do you do, Mrs. Greenwood?
Well, it isn't Mrs. Greenwood, it's Miss Greenwood.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Well, I'll be running along, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, one moment, please. Hey, apparently this is the young woman who turned in that garbled advertisement.
Yeah. Wasn't it a kick?
Yeah. And a rather expensive one, too, I'm afraid. This paper is being sued.
Yes, that was the funniest ad. Sued? What are you talking about? Who's suing Sue? I mean, who's suing who? You're crazy.
Oh, it's the most absurd thing I ever heard, Mr. Rayon.
Lyle. The name is Lyle.
How can anybody sue us because of a mistake in a dinky little house for rent ad?
I know nothing about a house for rent ad. I'm speaking of the Thomas Goss advertisement.
Goss advertisement? What Goss advertisement?
The one that announced specifically and unequivocally that the Goss factory contemplated raising ducks. Oh, Mr. Goss is deeply humiliated.
I haven't the slightest notion what you mean. Charlotte, do you know anything about this?
Certainly, but why should Mr. Goss be humiliated? Ducks are very nice birds.
Now, wait a second. Just hold everything.
Well, when I was a child in Long Island, I had a duck for a pet.
Charlotte, wouldn't you hold it?
Of course. It used to sit on my lap for hours.
Now, that has no bearing on the matter whatsoever. You're trying to duck the implication.
Well, you're trying to implicate the duck.
Now, wait a minute.
In other words, you're completely non sequitur, incompetent, irrelevant, and immaterial.
I am, gracious. I didn't think I was that good.
Now, Charlotte, you keep out of this.
All right, but nobody can tell me anything about ducks, and that includes you, Mr. Nylon.
Lyle, the name is Lyle. And the point you're trying to make about Mr. Goss does not follow.
Goss doesn't follow what, ducks?
No, the ducks follow Mr. Goss.
Exactly. Wait, oh, no, that's wrong, too.
Well, my duck used to follow me.
No, listen to me, both of you.
But then I have a way with birds. You know, every time I go out in the garden, even the woodpeckers hover around my head.
It's a funny thing, but you impress me the same way. Now, somebody please tell me what this is all about.
Well, I would like to tell you if I weren't interrupted every second by Mr. Sock.
Her name is Lyle.
All right. Then suppose you explain it and quit giving out double talk.
I resent that, sir. For your information, I'm regarded as Lakeview's leading criminal lawyer.
But I wouldn't go around bragging about it.
Will you come to the point and tell me what's happened?
I don't need to tell you. Here, look at this advertisement, and you will see for yourself.
Huh?
There, Mr. Anderson, is an unscrupulous and scurrilous attack on a great industrialist and a great citizen. A man whose forebears came direct from the Mayflower.
Hotel or donut shop?
Hotel. A donut? Oh, no, neither one.
Wait a minute now. What's wrong with it?
It says there in so many words that Thomas Goss is going to raise ducks. It should have read, the factory will be reconverted for the production of ducks. Duck cloth.
Oh, so that's what they meant, duck cloth.
Well, what's Charlotte got to do with it? Well, she wrote the ad and put it in the paper.
Oh, I didn't write it.
One moment. Are you willing to make an affidavit to that effect?
Certainly.
And are you aware of the nature of an oath?
I ought to be. I work for Mr. Anderson. Mr. Goss's secretary gave me that ad.
She did? Well, I wasn't aware of that.
Well, now, there you are. The trouble with you fellas in the legal department is you're always jumping at conclusions.
The mistake was made by Goss's own secretary.
Oh, no, I made the mistake.
Huh?
No, what she told me was right. I got mixed up.
Oh. Well, we will all overlook that part of it, and if there's any more trouble about this, Lyle, you talk to Goss's secretary. It's all a little mistake, and you're making it a big mix-up. Nobody hurt, nobody can prove anything, and who wants to prove a wrong right? Right?
Right. Wrong. Mr. Anderson, you're attempting to obstruct justice. What you suggest is non-feasant, non-inventus, non-liquid, and positively calls for a mandamus, huh?
Hey, don't forget there's a lady present.
Now, you run along, Lyle. You got nothing to worry about. Goss hasn't even a case.
Oh, on the contrary, he has an excellent case. And I'm filing suit against the Post-Dispatch, Miss Greenwood, and you, Mr. Anderson, for $200,000.
The whole thing is just...
What? I thought you were from the legal department. I am, from the legal department of the Thomas Scott Company. Good evening.
Why, he can't do this to us. He can't do it. It's rapacious treason. It's unmitigated perfidy. Well, don't stand there. Why don't you say something?
I don't know any of those kind of words.
This is all your fault, anyhow. What business have you messing into advertising? Yes, and dragging me into it.
Oh, well, now relax. I'll go out to the factory tomorrow and explain it to Mr. Goss, and he'll call the whole thing off.
He'll call it off. He'll talk us plenty. $200,000. Where can I raise $200,000?
Oh, that's easy, Mr. Anderson.
Easy?
Yes. Sell your car to Madman Munson.
I don't know, Charlotte. It just seems to me that you ought to forget advertising and kind of stick to scoops.
Well, you know, Wendell, that's exactly what we're doing today. We've got a musical scoop from the newest smash hit on Broadway, Bloomer Girl.
Oh, you don't mean that number, Evelina.
That's it, Wendell.
Say, you have got a scoop. Friend Charlotte Greenwood introduces a song you'll all be humming before long. Evelina.
Keep delaying the day.
I want to take this opportunity to say to you that there's always double pleasure in remembering your friends with Hallmark cards. First, there's the pleasure your greeting brings to the one you remembered. And second, there's your pleasure, your pride, in knowing you've chosen the very finest of cards. So when you send a card to that special someone, why not send a really special card? A Hallmark card. The Hallmark imprint on the back of the card you send is like the word sterling on silver. Yes, it has been your assurance of finest quality for over 30 years. And it tells your friends you've cared enough to send the very best. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. And now to resume our story. Charlotte's certain she can talk Mr. Goss out of that $200,000 damage suit. So once again, she's back at the Goss factory.
Hi, Toots. How are chances for today?
Oh, it's you again.
For a change, I'd like to talk to the boss, Goss.
What do you want to see him about this time?
Well, a legal matter. That is, it's...
Yeah, I know what illegal is. It's one of those big birds. So don't say I'm dumb. I've been around.
Yeah, you got right back to where you started from, didn't you?
I've already been insulted once today.
Only once?
Yeah, that fresh kid in the packaging department. You know what he's done?
Now, what did he done?
Offered to kiss me for a dime. Was I burned?
I know just how it is. No small change when you need it. Now, will you tell Mr. Goss that Miss Greenwood is here?
Yeah, when I get around to it. Sit down there on that bench with that old guy. He's waiting, too.
Yes, sit down. There's plenty of room here.
Well, thanks. It looks as though I'll have to wait.
It looks as though we both have to wait. The young lady there seems a little temperamental.
Well, I wouldn't know about the mental.
I heard that. Now you will wait. Hello? Yeah, Mr. Graham. Yeah, but I'm busy now, Mr. Graham. Oh, all right. I'll bring it in.
Quick, now's our chance, huh? To get in to see Mr. Goss while the girl is gone. Come on.
Oh, but I don't believe it would be proper.
Well, if we don't get in now, we'll never get in.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Well, hurry. This must be his office. That's his name on the door. Come on.
Hello, operator. Hello, this is Tom Goss. I was trying to get Charlie Smith in Washington. Hello, this is Tom Goss. I say this is Tom Goss. Can't you hear me?
He'd probably hear you better if you'd just open the window.
Thanks, that's a good suggestion. What? Hello. Oh, never mind. Cancel the call.
Well, how do you do? What can I do for you?
Well, I want to ask you one question, Mr. Goss. What is the matter with ducks?
Ducks? What ducks?
The ducks mentioned in your advertisement yesterday. I'm from the Post-Dispatch.
Oh, you are? Well, this is a real pleasure. What do you mean by running an ad like that?
Well, it was simply a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding, eh? Well, the Goss Company is one of the high-ranking manufacturing plants in this state. We're way up there on top. Why would we raise ducks?
Well, I thought you might want to get down.
Get down?
Yes, but I don't mean get down like down.
Well, will you tell me what you do mean?
I mean down.
You understand, Mr. Goss, what he's trying
I don't understand. And I haven't the time to bother with it.
But it's also very simple, Mr. Goss. Every child knows what down is.
Oh, he does?
For example, we have a lot of duck feathers. We toss them up in the air like that.
Said I haven't the time to bother.
Now, what comes down is feathers, but what stays up is down.
Yes, what comes down? Why, you're mad.
No, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm simply explaining. You see, we toss the duck feathers up in the air.
Okay. Let's let it go at that. So the feathers are up in the air.
No, the feathers are down.
Down?
And the down is up.
Not that it makes any difference. But could you tell me how a thing could be down and up at the same time?
But, Mr. Goss, they aren't up and down at the same time. They're feathers and down.
You make it very clear.
I knew you'd see it. You see, at first, all the feathers and down are up, and then the feathers are down, and the down is up, and then finally the down is down, too.
So that explains why you made a mistake in our ad, huh?
Exactly, because I thought that's what the Goss Company was going to put up.
You thought we were going to put what up?
Down.
Now, look here. Mr. Gott, what do you want?
She's simply trying to say that one raises ducks so they're down. To stuff pillows and the like. Now,
Look, we're not stuffing pillows. We're converting this plant for the manufacture of white duck cloth. And we're trying to find a market for our goods.
Oh, you mean a fabric?
Yes, and you can go back to the Post-Dispatch and tell them that.
Yes, but he's not from the Post-Dispatch.
No, I saw your ad and presumed you were planning to raise ducks.
Ah, that ad.
I raise them, too, as a hobby, and it occurred to me that you might like to purchase a few pairs in order to get started.
You see, young woman, what your newspaper has done to me? It's made me a complete nitwit. Well, wait till I tell it to a judge and jury.
Well, if I were a nitwit, I wouldn't tell it to anybody.
Now, you get out of here, both of you. I'm going to sue the Post-Dispatch for $200,000. Hello? Who's on his way in? But I can't see anybody.
Why, Tommy!
Mr. Goss, I just heard about it, but it wasn't really Miss Greenwood's fault, honest.
Oh, Tommy, quick, how did you make out on Saturday?
Oh, I passed.
Oh, wonderful.
I breezed through it like a feather. Until I heard about what happened, Miss Greenwood, everything was on the up, but this has got me down.
Good heavens, it's contagious.
But he's talking about an examination.
Yes, and you can't blame her, Mr. Goss, because she helped me pass it.
She helped you. What are you studying to be, a moron? Now, I've had all I want of this. You people get out of here
Mr. Goss, if you'll only bear with me for a moment. My name is Plimmer, Amos Plimmer. Perhaps it's not unknown to you.
I never heard of Amos Plimmer. Not Amos Plimmer of Plimmer Pants Incorporated. Plimmer makes you slimmer.
That's right. I'm not active in the business any longer, but I do know we're badly in need of duck fabric. We could probably absorb your entire output. And if you're interested, Mr. Plimmer, it may solve a problem for both of us.
You see, Mr. Goss, it does pay to advertise in the Post-Dispatch.
It sure does.
Well, perhaps under the circumstances, we might forget about that suit.
Oh, I knew it. The moment I laid eyes on you, Mr. Goss, I said to myself, there's a reasonable man. I knew I could convince you.
But just the same, Miss Greenwood, if I held you into court right now, you wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
I wouldn't? Mr. Goss, are you kidding?
Charlotte Greenwood will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, I want to say just this. When you buy a card for any occasion, look for the hallmark imprint on the back. Like sterling on silver, that imprint, a hallmark card, is always your assurance of finest quality. It tells your friends you've cared enough to send the very best. Yes, a hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. And now, Charlotte Greenwood.
Friends, it's been fun visiting with you again. It's always a pleasure for all of us to visit with our friends, dropping in at their homes to chat for a moment, to laugh together, and to bring back memories of good times. Today, with so many families, so many miles apart, let's try to make a personal call more often in a different way, particularly to those in uniform. A card or a note to say hello will mean so much. And if you want to get a little warmer, say, darling, I love you. Send this card today, will you? And now, until next Sunday at the very same time, this is Charlotte Greenwood saying, so long, friends, until we meet again. So long, neighbor, till next Sunday, I shall say, so long.
Speaking, this is the Blue Network. 12:30 at KECA, Los Angeles.
Thank you.
best-loved family on the air, the Goldbergs, brought to you by the makers of Oxydol. But first, a question. How long does it usually take you to do the family washing? Some women, you know, are still in the basement every Monday, still slaving away, when other women, right next door perhaps, have their clothes out on the line, been finished for hours. Now, that may not be true in your case, but the fact remains, if you're still scrubbing and boiling, still using old-style soap, you can save yourself up to an hour or more on a big washing and be among the first to get your clothes out by changing to Oxydol. And what's more, you'll have the kind of washes women turn to admire, often envy. I mean every piece as beautifully white as you could possibly want. You see, Oxydol soaks dirt loose and does it efficiently. All you do is soak the clothes 15 minutes in Oxydol's famous soaking suds, and you're ready to rinse. The particularly grimy spots where the dirt's ground in, spots like collar bands and cuffs, may need a few quick rubs between the fingers. But as to washboard scrubbing, as to boiling, there's no reason for it. And getting back to the way Oxydol gets clothes really white, here's proof. Recently, a number of tests were made in which certain well-known laundry soaps were used and compared for whitewashing. The soaps included several well-known bar, chip, and granulated soaps. Well, these tests, made on the most exact scientific basis, showed that cup for cup, Oxydol washes whiter than less modern soaps tested by 4 to 5 shades. It's a new, improved soap made by Procter & Gamble, makers of fine soap for more than 100 years. Why not put Oxydol to a test for speed? Use it Monday. You know how long it takes you to wash with an old-style soap. Well, notice the time you save with this no-scrub, no-boil soap. You'll find you get through far earlier, and that means more time to rest in this hot weather, more time to enjoy yourself. Ask for a box the next time you go to the store. Remember the name, Oxydol. And now let's see what's happening at the Goldbergs. Broken-hearted and bewildered, Sammy has finally agreed to take Joyce back to the sanitarium. Last night, when Molly told him the girl is mentally ill and had to be returned to the hospital, he refused to believe it and refused to have any part in taking her back. Today, however, he realizes it's the only way to cure this girl he loves and is ready to start for the train with Joyce. Molly feels the tragedy deeply. Listen.
Say, darling, take Joyce out to Mike's car. They're waiting. Joyce is sitting on the porch.
Aren't you coming to the station, Molly?
No.
Why?
I can't.
Did you say goodbye?
Yes.
Did Joyce ask any questions?
No, sis, no.
The nurses are at the station already.
I know the nurses and the doctors at the station already. I know.
Did you tell Sammy?
I'll tell him.
Where is he?
On the porch, Joyce. Tell him I want him, Jake. And Jake, darling. The less you say, I mean...
I know.
Please, Jake.
Molly.
Yeah?
The only thing to tell Sammy is that the nurses will be in the last car on the train.
I know. I told him of it.
Molly, I thought you were going to hold yourself together.
I am, Jake. I am.
Please, Molly, please. Sammy, Mama wants you. But hurry. You'll miss the train. All right.
Family?
What, Ma?
Nothing. Only it's time to leave, huh?
Gee, Ma.
Shut, Family. Shut.
She thinks I'm taking her to Mike's cousin to be with Rosie and Cecil. I have to be the one to take her back to a prison.
It's a hospital, Family.
Not to her, it isn't. She believes everything I tell her. Gee, Ma.
She'll get better, Family, darling. She'll get better. With gentle care and understanding, Family, she'll get better. The nurses said it, darling. The nurses said it. She'll get better, Family, please. Please. Please, Family, darling. Joyce mustn't see you like that, please. She'll recognize. Please. Here, Family, dear. Take a few more dollars. You wouldn't be so far from New York when you get to the hospital. And if you feel like it,
Go to see Mrs. Bloom, Pamela Downs. Spend a few days with Mikey. It could be a vacation for you, Pamela.
Yeah, sure. Swell vacation. It'll be fine. A vacation. It'll be fine.
Why didn't you go to the station, Mrs. Burgler? I thought you were going to the station. I couldn't, Pepper, darling. I couldn't. When will Sammy be back? Told him to stop off at Mrs. Bloom's for a few days. I don't think he will, Edna.
Guess not. He'll get over it.
I hope so.
It was only a kid affair. Young love.
There's no other kind of love, Edna. Only young love. The way we first fall in love, we keep on falling. It's like a passion, Edna. Our first is really the last. It's like a shadow that follows you your whole life. Sammy won't forget. Not Sammy. Yes, Edna, dear. There are things in life that hurt. But when the child is fate, Edna, that's something that you'll know soon, Edna. Even now you can't know yet. But when you hear your baby cry for the first time, Edna, then you'll know.
Do I have to wait till I hear it cry? Isn't this enough?
Huh? Since when, Edna?
Yesterday.
Life.
The last time I was on a train, Sammy, I was a little girl.
Yeah.
Sammy, why did your mother cry when she said goodbye to me?
Well, all goodbyes are sad, Joy.
Oh, but this isn't really goodbye. It was only... We're not going to be very long.
I know.
Are we coming back tomorrow?
Maybe not tomorrow.
Why? I'd like to come back tomorrow.
Why don't you look out of the window, Joy?
I don't want to. I want to look at you. The last time I was in a train, I was a little girl, and I was with my father. I loved him, Sammy, just like I love you. I always felt so safe when I was with him, just like I feel when I'm with you. Look at me when I'm talking to you, Sammy.
I am.
I want to tell you all the things I think of. The smoke and the whistle. They make me remember. My head's all crowded with the things I remember. I want to tell them to you. Because if I forget, then you'll know. And it'll be like my knowing, too. We're one. Isn't that how it is when two people? Isn't it wonderful? How then? What? Just thinking of it. Two people out of a whole world of people. Two people. But it makes all the others go away. Someplace else. Like last night, when we were sitting up in the orchard. You and me. Only you and me. Huh, Sammy? You and me.
You and me.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
If you don't want me to talk, I won't, Sammy.
Just let me hold your hand, Joy.
She'll get well. She'll get well, but then to She'll get well. She'll get well. She'll get well. The gentle hand on the bed. She'll get well. She'll get well.
Come on.
Where?
We're getting off.
This isn't our station.
We're getting off.
What's that mean?
Come on, Joyce. We're getting off. You and me.
Huh?
Come on. Excuse me, please. I'm getting off
Well,
here.
Sammy.
Come on, Joyce.
Excuse
me, please. I'm getting off here. Come on, Joyce. Don't ask me. Excuse me, please. Come on, this way. Watch the step. Come on.
But the train's missing. The train's going away.
I don't know. We're here. You and me. And we're going to stay that way. You and me, Joyce. Just you and me.
So poor Sammy couldn't go through with it. Couldn't bring himself to leave the girl he loved. The train is still on its way with the nurses, but Sammy and Joyce have left to go their own way. But where can they go? Sammy has no job, no money. What's to happen to these two youngsters? And what will Molly do when she learns Sammy and Joyce have run off? Don't fail to listen on Monday. And in the meantime, remember, Oxidol is a new, improved, granulated soap that ends scrubbing and boiling. And if, as a thrifty homemaker, you're wondering whether it costs any more to use than old-style soap, the answer is no, quite the contrary. In use, Oxidol is one of the most economical soaps you can buy. For tests show that 1 cupful of Oxidol makes as much rich, lively suds as up to 3 cupfuls of less energetic soap, including less energetic, granulated soaps tested. And that, you know, is the secret of economical washing. More active suds than inefficient soaps give, and more of them. And that's exactly what you get from Oxidol. Another thing, the gentle Oxidol way of soaking dirt loose, instead of scrubbing and boiling it loose, saves wear and tear on fabric. Clothes last longer washed this way. So to save money on soap, to save money on clothes, to save yourself all scrubbing and boiling, change to Oxidol now. That name is spelled Oxydol. Get the large size package. It means additional economy. And be sure to hear the Goldbergs Monday. And what will happen to Sammy and Joyce, alone on the road together? Until Monday, then, this same time, same station, this is Art Millett wishing you a pleasant weekend for the makers of Oxidol.
Presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are in New York City, the Quiz Kids and their special guest, Fred Allen. Yes, the Quiz Kids bring their portable classroom back to New York Radio City for a special broadcast with Fred Allen as our guest. The children have no advanced knowledge of the questions which are sent in by you listeners. The makers of Alka-Seltzer give you a Zenith portable radio if your question is used on the broadcast. Just address your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may reword them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, coming in with a fistful of questions and a face full of grin, is our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Featuring, and good evening, everybody. Well, our modern Gullivers, the Quiz Kids, are still far from home and enjoying their travels. We're going to get right down to business tonight, Quiz Kids. It's roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2A at Fulton School.
Smeela?
I'm Smeela Bryn. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore in Hunter College High School.
You know, folks, Smeela was on our Quiz Kids board once in Chicago and walked right out with the highest score. So we're very happy to see her again in New York. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old and I'm in 6th day at Bradwell School in Chicago.
And Frederick?
I'm Fred Allen. In 2 more years, I'll be getting Social Security. I couldn't make the grade at Boston subnormal. Say, Joe, before we start, tell me, what am I supposed to do? Am I here to frighten the children if they miss a question?
Yes.
Or did you invite me over to expose the quiz kids to ignorance for 30 minutes? What am I here for?
No, Fred, you're here tonight as our official judge.
Really?
You just decide whether the answers are right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You settle any disputes, calculate the points.
Now, wait a minute, Joe, with that calculating points. I've been operating a ration book all week. I'm point happy. You know, I used up my whole 48 points the first day. I got 2 cans of porcupine meat. And you know how many points you need for porcupine. Put me out of business the first day.
Well, Fred, if you've used up all your points, how have you been eating?
Well, fortunately, my grocer is nearsighted, Joe. I've been getting a little food with postage stamps. He can't see what I've got. But if you don't mind, I won't use points to total the score.
Well, all right. Do the best you can, Fred. When the bell rings, you figure out your results for the report card.
Well, it looks to me as though the judge is on trial here, Joseph.
Oh, it's nothing, Fred. You'll enjoy it.
Well, I'm enjoying it up to now, Joe, but something tells me before this half hour is over, I am going to have an awful headache.
Well, you're on the right program then, Fred. How about that, Howard?
I walked right into a commercial. Something tells me
Yes, indeed. When anyone mentions headache, I always come right back and say, well, remember Alka-Seltzer. I'll have some ready for you, too, Fred. But seriously, folks, when you or any member of your family is bothered by a headache, please remember Alka-Seltzer can bring you soothing, comforting relief. Just try Alka-Seltzer and see how soon you'll feel better. Now, Chief Quizzer, shall we get on to the questions?
Why, certainly. That is, if His Honor Judge Allen is ready.
Yes, I'm ready, Mr. Kelly. If you'll get the quiz kids started, I'll pull up an acoustic and learn something.
All right. Well, here we go, kids. Here are some names that have been in the news from time to time from Helen P. Murphy of New York. However, I'll give you only the first name of each. You supply the last name and identify the person. The first name is Ovita. Harvey.
Well, that's Ovita Culp Harvey, and she's the colonel and the commander of the WAC.
That's very good. Good for you, my boy.
I heard they have a new women's organization now, Joe. It's for women who take the place of men in lighthouses. They're called WICs.
Well, that's very, very good.
Timely,
Judge, pardon me. But you must hold up your hand if you want to talk. Just watch the children there.
I'll learn something. Yeah, all right, now.
Raise the question a little bit now. The next first name is Risto. Richard.
Well, that's Risto. I guess it's Freezy. He's the president of Finland.
That's right. Good for you, Richard. All right, the next one is Jurgen. Richard?
That's von Arnim. He's the, I don't know exactly what he is, but he's a German general or field marshal in command of the northern Tunisian Axis Army.
That's very good. Good for you, Richard. All right, next question. Joseph H. Babrika of Berwyn, Illinois, gets a Zenith portable radio for this question. Can you think of 3 prominent persons, past or present, who have 2 first names and no last name? In other words, 3 men whose last names could be used as first names. For example, Henry James. You get the idea? All right, now let's have 3 men. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's Frankie Albert, football player.
Uh-huh. All right, that's one.
And I think Eddie Allen, test pilot who was killed recently.
Uh-huh, that's 2.
And Jesse James.
Jesse James, 3. Well, we're going along fine. Let's see if we can get some more. Smila?
Red Allen.
Oh, Red Allen. All right, fine. Joel?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. Very good. Can we have any more? Harvey?
Frank Buck.
Frank Buck. All right, yes, sirree. And Gerard?
Well, there's good old friend Jack Benny.
That's right, Joel.
It might be interesting to know why neither Jack Benny or I have last names, Joe.
Well, we would like to know.
Well, it's never been divulged until tonight. You see, years ago, when Jack was born, the family wouldn't let him use the last name because they knew he'd grow up to play the violin and disgrace them. So they stopped him at the beginning. They just gave him the 2 names to go through life with. And the reason I haven't any last name is because when I was being christened, there was a fire. Just when they started to christen me, there was a fire, and they used the water to put out the fire and didn't have enough water left to finish christening me, so that's why I have to wander through life.
Well, that's very, very enlightening, Judge Allen. All right, more questions. Now, Mr. B. Simpson of New Orleans, Louisiana, wants to know when and where the most violent earthquake ever recorded in North America took place. Gerard?
I believe in San Francisco.
Oh, the most violent earthquake. The most violent. Well, perhaps I'd better tell you. No hands up.
Wasn't that earthquake up in New England some years ago, was it?
No.
That shook the potatoes out of the ground for 4 miles up there?
No.
The next day the sun came out and baked them?
No.
Wasn't that?
Wait a minute, Judge. Now, you're getting off the track here. Joel?
What I don't understand is what violent means.
Judge, would you like to explain to Joel what violent means?
Yes, well, violent is something they're using in a new machine, Violent Ray. You've
Well, Joel, violent means terrific.
Oh.
Every morning.
Harvey?
Well, did you mean in the modern times? Because I imagine that there were several tremendous earthquakes near Niagara Falls in the prehistoric days.
Well, I'll tell you, Harvey. Smila?
Well, there was one in Mexico very recently.
Yeah, that's true. But I was thinking of the one that happened around New Madrid, Missouri, back in 1811. It was the most violent in the history of America. Well, we can't get them all. That's perfectly all right. Now, James A. Howe of Des Moines, Iowa, thinks all school children should be familiar with our own great American poet. I'll give you the first line of a poem. You supply the second. All right, now the first one is, tell me not in mournful numbers. Harvey?
Life is but an empty dream.
That's right, and the name of the poem?
I know the lines. A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
That's right, Harvey. Attaboy. All right. Now, here's the next one. It is very nice to think. Joel?
The world is full of mean and green, with little children stand great, in every kind of Christian place, and that's a thought by Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's just what it is. Now, the next first line is from a poem written by a contemporary American poet. Listen carefully. My little niece is saving Greece. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Harvey?
Well, I think that's Falstaff, is it? On Mr. Adams' program?
Yes, that's right. Falstaff Openshaw.
That's right.
My little niece the poem goes, my little niece is saving Greece to help defeat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps. And then there are a couple more verses. And the last verse is, when the Axis time at last is come and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, My little niece will save the grief.
Very good. Friends, a lot of you will be interested to know that Fred Allen himself writes the poems given each week by Falstaff on his own program. And now, before I read this next question, Howard Petrie is going to bring all you mothers a very important message.
Well, it's especially important, Joe, in view of the new meat rationing that begins tomorrow. You mothers have a serious responsibility to see that your family gets the proper foods. Foods that help maintain energy, healthy nerves, and normal digestion. Now, the food you can get these days may possibly be short on certain vitamins of the B complex. For instance, you'll probably be serving less meat, an important source of some of the B complex vitamins. So why don't you do this? Bolster up the meals you serve your family by giving each child and each grown-up just a single one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet each day. You see, each one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet is so vitamin-rich, it gives the full minimum daily requirements of vitamins B1 and B2, plus generous amounts of other B complex factors. And the big thing to remember is that a single tablet every day is all you take. That naturally keeps the cost way down. It makes them much less expensive to use than the kind you have to take 2 or 3 times a day. So, to save money and bolster up your ration foods, tell your druggist you want one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles Laboratories. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Thank you, Howard. And now, Judge Allen, get your pencil poised. Here comes the next question session. Yes, sir. And by the way, Judge, you should feel completely at ease with this question from Helen M. Scott of Boston. It's about comedy, and the idea is to see whether you can get the point of these classic old jokes. All right, now, here is the first one. Pourquoi la poule traverse-t-elle la rue pour arriver de l'autre côté? Mila?
Why does a chicken cross the rod to get to the other side?
That's right. That's very good.
Well, chicken, I think it's a waste of time. With the meat shortage, a chicken wouldn't be safe any place today. It would be silly. I think
that's right,
joke
Judge.
has seen its best day.
Yes, that's true. Quite true. What has 8 legs and sings?
I don't understand the question, but I know the answer.
With a slanting
All right, Judge, what is the answer?
Well, it's an old joke. What has 8 legs and sings? It's 2 quartets.
I think you'll find it's only 1 quartet.
Oh, I was thinking of what has 8 legs and sings. 2 jukeboxes have 8 legs.
Oh.
I didn't know the question, so it's just...
Well, that's all right, and Smila was getting very, very warm on that. All right, now, you know, we've had so much fun with these jokes in French that now we'll play a joke on you and switch languages. Here's the next.
Was macht man, wenn man nicht will, dass ein Hund am Sonntagmorgen bellt? Man schießt ihn am Sonnabendabend tot.
Smila?
What do you do when you don't want your dog to bark on Sunday morning? You shoot it Saturday evening.
That's right. Okay.
Unless it's a hot dog, of course.
Yeah, that's right. Now, this next question is from Joel Kupperman, Judge Allen.
Oh.
He wanted me to find out whether you were any better than Jack Benny is at numbers.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I am, Joel. I think everybody's better than Mr. Benny at numbers, don't you?
Well, I don't...
You don't know everybody.
I don't think so. A baby wouldn't.
Oh, that's
baby
right.
wouldn't know more than Mr. I think you're overrating Mr. Benny. I think a baby would know more than...
Well, you know, Judge, when Benny was our guest, we asked a math problem, and Jack couldn't understand Joel's explanation of it.
Uh-huh.
So, you see, Joel wanted me to try the same problem on you.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Joel, but the truth is I heard that problem on your program. Wasn't that the one where you asked how much farther a man's head would travel than his feet if he walked around the Earth at the equator?
Yeah, that's the one. The man you remember was 5.5 feet tall.
Well, I'm glad this subject came up, Joel, because there was one point in your explanation I wasn't quite sure of. You see, when you've got to find the circumference of the circle made by the man's head and subtract the circumference of the circle made by his feet, you weren't even given the circumference of the Earth. So how could you possibly get an answer?
Well, You see, mine was a shortcut. No matter how big or small the circle is, it would always be 5.5 feet tall. So if you whirl them around, the radius would be 5.5.
Well, what is the circumference of the Earth? You'd have to know that, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, but the answer is no.
The answer. All you have to know is that the man was 5.5 feet tall, huh? Well, how much farther did his head walk?
And that he traveled around the world. Remember that, or it wouldn't be a problem.
Oh, if the man was only 5.5 feet tall and stood still. You have
5.5.
5.5 feet. Yeah. It wouldn't be a problem, but when he walks around the world, that makes a problem, doesn't it? Well, how much farther did his head walk than his feet? His head was 5.5 feet away from his foot circumference. Much farther did his head go?
Well, I told you the radius was 5.5. The diameter would be 11, and the circumference would be 34 4/7 feet.
But what's the answer? 34?
Yeah, 34 4/7.
34 4/7. Well, he's correct. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm very happy. And I know that's the right answer, Joe, because years ago, Joel, the same problem came up in school when I was a little boy.
Oh.
Yeah, yes, it did. You weren't there, but there was another little boy there who wasn't satisfied with the answer. And when he grew to be 5.5 feet tall, he started to walk around the world himself to prove it. And I forgot all about this fella, never having seen him again. And 40 years later, I was sitting in a Greyhound bus in Toledo, and an old man with a long white beard and his feet all out of his shoes came up and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "It's 34 4/7. So I know.
Did you want to say something, Smila?
Well, is that fair? Mr. Benny's in the hospital now.
No, he was thrown out for not paying the doctor. You'll be glad to know he's out now.
No, I'm sure he's coming along fine now.
He's in Phoenix.
Yes, that's right. He's recuperating very nicely out there, so I'm told. All right, next question.
Chamber of Commerce propaganda.
All right,
they starched his legs so he could walk out of Chicago.
All right, Miss Lorraine Sims of Atlantic Beach, Florida, outdoes the Reader's Digest in the art of condensing stories. She reviews a whole book or play in one sentence. What books or plays does she refer to? Now, the first one, a woman has 4 daughters, 1 dies, and 3 get married. Now, that's the whole story. What book is it? Smila?
Little Women.
By whom?
Louisa May Alcott.
That's right. Very good. Now, here's the second review. A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. What play? A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. Well, no fair whispering, Judge.
I just noticed.
Yeah, well, I just called him on that, Joe. We don't allow that on the Quiz Kids program. Gerard?
Gaddafi Doctor's Dilemma.
That's just what it is. Good for you. Now, Miss Sims outdid herself on this last one. She reviewed 5 books in one sentence. Here it is. Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens. What 5 books? Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens.
Not Dick Tracy.
No, Judge. Gerard?
Could that be one of the books by L. Frank Baum?
No, I'm sorry. No, it's the, do you give up? All right, it's the Leather Stocking Tales by James Fenimore Cooper. The Deerslayer, the Last of the Mohicans, the Pathfinder, the Pioneers, and the Prairie. Well, now, Howard, let's give Judge Allen a few seconds to catch up on his numbers. Will you take over, please?
Fine. You know, folks, so much has been said about the children's health and the A&D vitamins, or as you probably know them better, the cod liver oil vitamins, that sometimes we grown-ups forget that these vitamins are absolutely necessary for our well-being, too, especially now when colds are so frequent. Naturally, I don't expect you, Mother, to make the rounds of the breakfast table with a sticky spoon every morning and force Dad, high school Johnny, Sister Susie, and the baby to open wide for a teaspoon and a half of cod liver oil. But here is the easy way. Just put a single little one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet beside each plate at the breakfast table. A tablet a day is enough. That'll give everybody even more than the normal daily supply of A and D vitamins without any fishy, oily taste or any aftertaste. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets give you the A and D vitamins the pleasant, modern way. And they're so economical. Buy the large family-size package from your druggist, and they'll cost hardly more than a penny a day. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles Laboratories.
Well, we're in the finals now, Quiz Kids. Your next question. This question on classical music comes from Mrs. Clara M. Graham of Brooklyn, New York. See whether you can give the operas or operettas from which these numbers are taken. Unfortunately, our singer didn't show up this evening, so I'll have to call on our guest judge, Fred Allen, to do the vocal.
Well, no.
Now, Fred, come on now. Just do the best that you can. Now, here's the first one. Now, listen, children.
I hate to start singing, Joe, because people will know that the best tunes of all don't come from here if I start singing. Well, the first one... The first one seems to be an opera here, Joe. It goes... How little I sing and they get it right.
Harvey?
That's Pagliacci.
That's right.
By Leon Bell.
I don't know. What I was singing, Vesta La Juba with two pairs of trousers. I don't know what...
Oh, Harvey was right.
Well, this other one here, I don't know whether you're familiar with this song, where it comes from, its origin. I'm called Little Buttercup, dear Little Buttercup, though I could never tell why, but still I'm called Buttercup. Oh, Little Buttercup, sweet Little Buttercup,
You sound much better than the Lord.
Better than FPA. I'm better than FPA.
All right, Gerard.
Well, that's from Gilbert and Sullivan's famous opera of HMS Pinafore.
That's right, Gerard. You bet. Now,
this a ribbon seller on the boat, and she married the captain.
That's right, yeah. Very, very good. Now, this last one we've left entirely to Judge Allen.
I heard that's been all changed. The woman is only called Cup now. They've taken the butter out of the name when it plays here.
Well, I wouldn't know. By the way, Judge, would you like to sing your own favorite?
Well, my favorite is an old gay 90s song, Joe, and it's really a duet. It's called By the Light of the Silvery Moon. I'll sing it. I mean, if you insist, if one of the children... Do any of the children know By the Light of the Silvery Moon? Would you like to sing, make it a quartet? Richard and Harvey and Gerard, you know the words of the chorus? You know the key? You take it in my key?
All right.
By the light... Ready? By the light of the silvery moon, I want to spoon. To my honey I'll croon. Love to honeymoon. Keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams.
Will be cuddling through.
By the silvery moon.
Bell says it's all over, Quiz Kids. Take it easy while His Honor Judge Allen goes into a tussle with the scorers to see which Quiz Kids come back next week. Have you arrived at a verdict, Judge Allen?
No, frankly, no, Mr. Kelly. I'm just about to compute the winner the hard way, algebraically, if you'll bear with me. Let me see now. Let X equals Joel, multiplied by Smeela, which comes out 6 times Gerard over Harvey. subtracting the square root of riches. The winner is the little boy Sam, who isn't even with the quiz kid. Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to work this out again, Joe. I missed up here. Some 5.5 feet or something. I'm out here.
Fred, I just have...
What, Joseph?
Fred, I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't need a scorekeeper tonight. We didn't need it, Judge.
This is a swell time to...
Pound shows. Now, next week, we'll be back home in Chicago, and naturally, scores are no scores. We go back to the winning quiz kids from 3 weeks ago.
You mean that I did all that computing for nothing, Joe?
Well,
why, in the time I wasted, I could have figured out something to replace the Rummel plan here. I've been slipping little Joe Kupperman bubble gum all week to teach me calculus, just to be ready to compute this thing. And
well, I'm terribly sorry that you went to all that trouble.
Well, you should be sorry, Joe.
I am.
Well, I know.
Well,
Joe. Oh, but I was only kidding, Joe. I always get a kick out of working with the quiz kids. They're really amazing youngsters. And this might be a good time to answer a question I've been asked many times, Joe. Do the quiz kids know what questions will be asked on the broadcast? And the answer is no. The kids never hear or see the questions you folks send in until they're confronted with them on the program. Now, I've been with the quiz kids a lot, and believe me, they answer many more difficult questions away from the microphone. They're swell kids, just as natural and as unspoiled as any children you may know in your own neighborhood. And their parents and teachers can really be proud of their work.
Well, thank you. That's the way we feel about the kids, too, Fred. You were swell tonight, and thanks a lot for being on our show. By the way, Fred, we'll all be listening to your own show later on tonight. Now, next week, our quiz kids class will be back home, and at their desks will be our 3 weeks ago winners, Richard, Joel, and Ruth, plus a newcomer, Paul Huber, 13 years of old age, from Hammond, Indiana, and Gerard Darrow, 10, of Chicago. And our quiz kids, the makers of Alka-Seltzer, give each of you a $100 denomination war bond for your work tonight.
What about me, Joe? What do I get out of this? I promised you at the beginning of the program that I'd have an awful headache, and believe me, I've made good. I have the worst headache I've ever had in my life, Joe.
Well, we'll make good, too, Fred. You asked for it, and here it is. A glass of good old Alka-Seltzer. Listen to it fizz. It really does the biz.
We wish to thank the sponsors of the Technical Star Theater for the privilege of having Fred Allen on our Quiz Kids program.
From Hollywood, California, we bring you the Smiths of Hollywood. As Nancy Smith, Brenda Marshall.
Bill, do you have a dime? Bumps wants a comic book.
As Bill Smith, Harry Von Zell.
Ask Uncle Cecil. He got my last dime.
As Uncle Cecil, Arthur Treacher.
I say, isn't that child a trifle old to be begging dimes for comic books?
Yeah, I guess I am getting too old for that. Give me 50 cents and I'll get a copy of Esquire.
That was Jan Ford as Bump Smith. So sit tight, enjoy the music of Charles Hathaway, and listen to the Smiths of Hollywood. Presented by... Yes, it's the Smiths of Hollywood. And now, meet attorney Bill Smith himself.
Hello from Hollywood. Not the movie Hollywood. The real Hollywood. It's a funny place, this town. I've lived here 12 years now, and I still can't get used to it. I was thinking just this when Nancy and I drove home this evening.
Bill, the traffic light's green. You can go now.
Oh, green. I didn't notice. Hey, can you lean out and read where we are?
Must be at Hollywood and Vine.
The nerve of that kid whistling at girls. Isn't dry behind the ears yet. And who was that woman with him?
Whistler's mother.
Oh, Nancy, what humor.
Oh, you're just joking. Hey, Bill.
What?
Look, isn't that Jimmy Stewart?
Oh, what of it? Don't get so
Look, coming out of the Brown Derby. Look!
Don't shout, darling, just because you see a movie.
Oh, but it is Jimmy Stewart.
Oh.
And look who's behind him.
Well.
Ann Sheridan.
Yes. Ann Sheridan. Ann Sheridan where? Where's Ann
Well,
Sheridan?
don't shout, darling.
Who's shouting? Now you've done it. I killed the motor.
I've done it. Bill, didn't you get the battery charged today?
Well, that's, next needless question, please. Oh, fine. Listen to the guy behind me just because his battery works. Stop showing off.
I'll fix him, darling. Mister, we can't seem to start our car.
What do you expect me to do?
Well, if you want to come up and try starting our motor, I'll go back and lean on your horn.
Nancy, you old.
Put her in high. I'll push you.
Darling, put the car in gear. I think the man will give us a push.
Yeah.
Oh, Bill, if you'd only had the battery charged.
Nag. I'll have it charged tomorrow. Okay, she started. Thanks a lot, Mac.
Don't mention it. You don't know how to fix a stuck horn, do you? Never mind. I jerked out the wires.
Oh, the way you jumped down that poor man's throat, and his horn was stuck.
Well, I'm human nature for you. Hey, Nancy, how would you like to drive home by way of the hills?
Well, we haven't time. Have you forgotten Commissioner Mooney's coming home for dinner?
Well, not till 7. Aren't you sentimental about our hills? Remember our first date?
Do I? I got decked out to see the bright lights, and I saw 'em all right, looking down from a mountain.
Yeah, it was quite a night. I think then's when I fell in love with you.
You mean when I kissed you?
No, when you patched up the water pump with your bubble gum.
Well, there goes another romantic memory.
Oh. Suppose I replace it. Look, we'll drive up and look down at the lights for just a minute, huh?
All right. But, darling, if Commissioner Mooney has to eat bread and water for dinner, it's your fault. To the hills, Tonto!
Look at Hollywood down there. Thousands of people scurrying about, millions of lights. Looks like a squashed-out Christmas tree.
It's as cold as Christmas up here, too. Put your arm around me.
You know, darling, sitting up here in the car looking at the lights down there, I feel like a king on his throne.
Well, just remember, Your Majesty, the throne has a bad battery.
No.
Don't let the engine die.
No, I got my foot on the gas. Well, I suppose we better start home and get dinner for Commissioner Mooney.
Now who's being practical?
Well?
Did we come up here just to look at scenes?
What do you mean?
Oh, quit making a Fitzpatrick travelogue out of this. Kiss me. Oh, that's a typical husband kiss.
You said kiss you quick.
Well, don't be so literal. Quick, kiss me, not kiss me quickly. Oh, light of my life. You made the world just stop cold.
That isn't all that stops cold.
Now you've done it. Kill the motor. I knew it. Oh, you dimwit.
Dimwit? Fine thing. A second ago I was the light of your life. Now I'm a dimwit. Certainly got dark fast.
Well, short circuit. Maybe the car will start.
I'm a dimwit. Not enough juice there to attract a lonely, buck-toothed lady glowworm.
Well, look, can't we coast and get started?
If the car wasn't sitting in these deep ruts, we could... Hey, Nancy. Nancy, I have a wonderful idea. Look, darling, you know, you're always saying you need more exercise.
Oh, no.
No.
It was your idea coming up here. You walk back to the service station.
Okay. Sure you don't want to come along?
Oh, it's very kind of you to invite me, but I'll wait.
All right, but you better lock the car doors. Remember all the newspaper stories about prowlers.
Oh, don't worry about me, Doc. Prowlers? Oh,
Bill, wait a minute.
Yeah, the battery went dead. If you got another one around the station here, maybe you could drive us up to where...
Where's your car again?
Right off Mulholland Drive on that first fire road.
Oh, up on Lover's Point,
Oh. Now, just a minute, fella. Don't get the wrong idea. We went up there to look at the town.
Yeah, young fella, you always put lipstick on to look at the town?
Darling, wipe off your lips.
I can't. They're fastened on. Look, Grandpa, can you drive us back up there with a new battery?
All alone up here now. Gotta wait till my helper comes back from his supper.
Oh, pancake batter. Look, Nancy, you better call Cecil and explain.
Cecil, her husband?
No, he's not her husband.
Bill, give me a nickel. I'll tell Bumps and Uncle Cecil to entertain Commissioner Mooney till we get home.
Commissioner Mooney, her husband?
No, Commissioner Mooney's not her husband. I'm her husband. What do you have to say to that? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look, Nancy, darling, go phone Uncle Cecil and Bumps, will you?
Why, old varmint, I warned you to keep off of my kettle ring. Start a dancing. That'll take care of you blasted tenderfoot.
Betty, child, must you listen to that frightful wireless?
Oh, but this is an exciting program, Uncle Cecil.
They must buy that ammunition in wholesale lots.
Oh, he got me.
Thank heavens. That seems to be the end of the blood and gore, child.
Oh, no, that's not the end, Uncle Cecil. After the commercial, there's more.
The Lonesome Stranger will be back with us in just a moment. In the meantime, kiddies, are your teeth loose? Do you?
That does it. Do I look like my teeth were loose?
Ah, heck, Uncle Cecil. That's my favorite radio program.
Program. It sounded more like a pogrom. Bang, bang, bang. Haven't those fellas heard of the disarmament plan?
Gee, a girl can't do nothing around here. They stopped me from developing my camera filming. Won't let me listen to the radio or anything.
Oh, go on. Go and develop your camera film if you must. I prefer darkness to noise.
You mean I can turn the lights off?
Anything if you don't play that radio.
Gee, thanks, Uncle Cecil. And honest, I won't have the lights out long. Just long enough to get the film out of my camera to the developers. Then you can read your papers.
Couldn't you lock yourself in a trunk or something?
Mom says I have to do my developing in the kitchen sink where I won't stain anything.
I don't see it. I just don't see it at all.
See what?
See what's funny about these comic strips in your American papers? What does clonk mean?
That's when a guy gets hit on the head. Okay, Uncle Cecil. I'm going to turn off the lights now.
Well, if you must. And what does whap mean?
That's usually somebody getting slapped in the puss with a fit.
Yes, how droll. I say, hurry, child. This darkness gives me the creeps. Bang, clonk, whap.
I'm hurrying. Wonder where Pop and Mom are.
It's funny they haven't called or something, isn't it? Yes, the phone. Maybe that's your parents now.
Oh, don't turn on the lights. The phone is over by the desk.
I know. Stop your ringing. I'm coming. What does boing mean?
That's when somebody bumps his head. Are you answering the phone?
I'm trying to find it. It's inky dark in here.
Don't forget about the end table with the fruit plate.
I didn't.
Did you fall down, Uncle Steve?
No, I didn't fall down. I was trying to fly and one engine failed me. Turn those lights on.
But I was just getting the film out of my camera.
Hurry, child. I might be dying.
Okay. Wait till I find the switch. Oh, Uncle Smitty, let me help you out. Can I do anything?
Yes, stop standing there gloating and answer the phone.
Oh, I forgot. Hello? They hung up, I guess. Gee, what a spill. Did you break anything, Uncle Steve?
I seem to have broken a plate.
That's a shame. Upper or lower?
Oh, what a vile child. the fruit plate. Now fetch a rag and help me get this grape marmalade off my tweeds.
Bill, I just called Uncle Cecil and there wasn't any answer.
Well, Nancy, maybe you didn't let the phone ring long enough.
8 times.
You did? Well, that's terrible. If Commissioner Mooney comes and there's no one home,
I called him.
Oh.
I said we might be late and the side door's open if he gets there and the house is dark.
Nancy, listen, with all the prowlers and robberies there have been, you shouldn't leave doors unlocked.
Well, no one's interested in stealing anything we have. Say, what happened to the gas station man?
Oh, him. Now he can't get his car started. Gone down to the diner to get his helper. It serves me right for feeling romantic. Look, try phoning home again.
All right.
There. This time I got you. Are you there?
Uncle Cecil? Nancy? I just tried calling you a few minutes ago.
I know. I still bear the scars.
Scott, what do you mean?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it.
Uncle Cecil, we're expecting Commissioner Mooney from the police department.
Really? What's William been up to now?
Commissioner Mooney's invited for dinner. I didn't know you were home, so I phoned him to come in the side door if the house was deserted. Is Bumps there?
Yes, very much so. Well, don't worry, Nancy. In William's absence, I'll be the perfect host. By the by, where did William hide the scotch?
In the hat box on the top shelf of my closet.
Oh, moved it again, did he? Well, don't worry. I'll be a good host.
Well, fine. We'll be home as soon as we get our car started. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Was that Mom, Uncle Steve?
She wants us to play host to a Commissioner Mooney till she arrives.
Oh, gee, then I better get my film developed and the kitchen sink clean.
Never mind cleaning the sink, child. Concentrate on yourself.
Right away. If I can just have the lights off just for a few minutes.
And have that table leap out and boing me again? No.
It'll just take a second, Uncle Steve. The developer is all mixed. Otherwise, I'll have to throw it off.
All right, but do hurry.
I will. Ready? Here go the lights.
With all the hobbies you pick photography, have you ever tried snail watching?
What does that get you? With photography, I might grow up to be editor of Look magazine someday.
Yes, I hope you do. It would serve you right. I say, child, aren't you through with that picture puddling yet?
Just about. You can turn the lights on in a minute.
Well, let's hope so. I feel I'm sprouting owl feathers. I say, child, have you retired for the night in there?
We'll have lights in a minute. Oh, I got the film twisted. Uncle Smitty, there's someone at the side door.
Oh, it must be our guest. The lights, quick, Bump. Just a minute, we'll have illumination for you.
Hey, what is this, a trap? Stand back, you.
Oh, don't go, my dear fellow. You have the right house. I'm Bill's uncle. May I take your coat?
Oh, no, you don't. Get your hands off of me.
Oh, you Scotland Yard men, always suspicious. I don't blame you, the lights being off and all.
Is it Commissioner Mooney, Uncle Steve?
Commissioner Mooney. Me?
I'm Sir Cecil Smythe. Delighted to know you, Commissioner.
Hi, Commissioner. I got developer on my hands.
Yes, and this is what I have on my hands, William's daughter. Commissioner, Bill was detained a little.
Bill?
My father, William Smith. He called and said we should make you at home.
Yes, how about a drink, old chap?
A drink? Well, now you're talking my language.
Now, what's your pleasure, Commissioner? Rye, Scotch?
Scotch?
Yes, I'm sure William would want you to have the best. Anyway, I want the best. Well, cheers, Commissioner.
Yeah, mud in your eye.
Really? Which one?
Gee, you don't look at all like a police commissioner.
Oh, I can't agree. I could spot you for a bobby any place. There's some of William's cigarettes behind you. Help yourself.
Oh, why not? Say, that's a ritzy box they're in.
It's silver. Mom gave it to Pop for his birthday.
Silver, huh? Well, what do you know? Silver, no less.
Yes. Do you collect silver, Commissioner?
Now and then.
Mom's nuts about silver. She's got a lot. Only she keeps it put away in the hall closet so it won't get tarnished.
No kidding. Hall closet, huh?
Dreadfully silly of her. What with all those burglaries you read about?
Oh, you've been reading about them?
There seems to be nothing else in the paper these days. Serves people right for being so careless. I keep my valuables well concealed.
You own some valuables?
Oh, just a few trinkets, yes. I keep them at the bottom of my soiled laundry bag.
Ah.
I think it's rather clever of me.
Yeah. Who'd ever stoop to look through dirty laundry?
I wonder what's detaining William. Bumps, child, hadn't you better freshen up a bit?
Commissioner, you wouldn't mind if we had the lights out again for just a minute, would you?
Lights out? Why, no.
I warn you, Commissioner, her minutes last forever.
The commissioner said he wouldn't mind, though.
Well, if you must, child, but do hurry.
I will. Okay, lights.
You can see why the house looked deserted when you were listener. Does the darkness annoy you?
Oh, no, I'm used to it.
Of course, I can be firm with the child, you know.
Look, maybe I better be running along.
Oh, William would have a fit if we let you get away.
Oh, something smells about this. How come that side door was open before?
It was left open for you in case no one was home. Didn't William call you?
I begin to see.
With all the lights out? How extraordinary.
Hey, what time was I supposed to be here?
About 7, Nancy said. So you were early, weren't you?
Did you hear a noise?
Yes. There seems to be someone at the side door. Wait till I find the light.
No, leave him off. I think it's a prowler.
A prowler? Really?
Well, who else would be sneaking in like that? I'll do the welcoming this time.
Hello? Anybody at home?
Friendly burglar, huh? Oh.
Them is the most dangerous type.
Well, Mrs. Smith, what's going on?
Did you get him, Commissioner? Did you get him? Commissioner, did he get you?
I got him all right.
Bumps, turn on the lights. We've just nabbed a burglar.
Nabbed?
Yes, you know, conked. Whacked. Boing.
Will Sir Cecil discover that it's not really a burglar, but Commissioner Mooney he's captured? Will Bill and Nancy get home before the real burglar steals all their valuables? Personally, I'm going to stick around until this commercial is over so I can find out.
He's breathing. I say bravo, Commissioner. Nice work.
Hey, he's got a tough head on him.
Yes, real criminal face, all right. I can always spot a crook.
Yeah, tie him up before he comes out of that blackjack dream. Get me some rope, quick.
Don't you think he's roped enough, old boy? Beginning to look like a sweater someone once knitted for me.
There's no use taking chances. Now, give me that dish rag. I'll tie it over his mouth.
Now what do we do, old chap?
Well, I was just thinking. I tell you, you two carry him out and lock him up in the garage. I'll call headquarters.
Awful cold out there, but if you think it's wise, help me, Bumps, will you? I say, the heavy fellow, isn't he?
I'll get his feet.
Could you open that side door for us? My, what flat feet. Look like squash paddles.
Yeah. Now, maybe you two better stay out in the garage and sort of keep an eye on him till the Black Mariah comes.
Black Mariah? Who's she?
The patrol wagon. Now, go on. Put him out in the garage.
Hey, look, the burglar's coming, too. He's opening his eyes. He's trying to say something. Shall we take the dish rag out of his mouth?
No, I don't think it's prudent, no. I say, how red in the face he's getting, isn't he? Looks like a cooked lobster.
He's probably getting mad.
Oh, it won't do you any good to mumble, old chap. I say, he seems to have a lower plate wobble. I must say, he's a nasty-looking specimen.
Hey, a car's coming in the driveway.
The patrol wagon?
I don't know. No, it's Mom and Pop. Oh, gee, will they be surprised. Hey, Mom! Hey, Pop, come here quick. Got a surprise for you.
Okay, Bumps. What a relief. With a new battery, I can let the motor... What do you mean, surprise, Bumps?
Come, look, William. See what we've got trussed up in here. Yes, look. We caught a bumper, see? Come and look at him. Come on.
What is it?
I say, Commissioner Rooney really deserves part of the credit, you know. He's the one who wronged him.
What are you talking about? What is that? On the floor. Let me... Gabriel's teeth.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate us?
Congratulate you, you fathead. That's Commissioner Mooney.
Mooney? Mooney.
Oh, it is Commissioner Mooney. Oh, quick, I think he's strangling. Cecil, where are you going?
I'm not quite sure. I had South America in mind. And you see, William, the chap I thought was Commissioner Mooney must have been the burglar.
Oh.
I say, wasn't it a funny mix-up, what?
Oh, yes. That's funny. Funny, you call it. Just hang around. You'll see some real fun. Here, help me with this last knot, Nancy. There.
There, Commissioner. Are you all right?
That dish rag. Commissioner Mooney, listen, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am.
That goes for me, too, old chap.
You old goat.
It wasn't I who hit you. It was the burglar.
Yeah, they have been playing host to a burglar, if you please, Commissioner. Feeding him my scotch.
Say, where is the burglar?
Oh, yes, we left him in the house.
Well, he may still be there, Bill. You go in the back door, I'll go in the front door.
Okay.
Where shall I go?
Where shall you go? I'm tempted to tell you. See anything, Bill?
Not a sign of him back here.
Let's try the basement.
Anyone in the basement, darling?
Not a soul. Commissioner, let's try upstairs.
I say, anything upstairs?
Just a pile of laundry dumped on the floor.
Yes, we must be more careful about laundry. Why, that beggar was into my cash.
Mom, I don't think you have to worry about your silver tarnishing anymore. What? Everything has gone out of the whole closet.
Oh, the more I think of it, Uncle Cecil, giving a burglar my scotch.
And I bet you told him where we keep the silverware.
Yeah.
Now, of that, I'm innocent. Bumps told him that.
Oh, let's not waste time crying over spilled milk. If Screwball here could only describe the man.
Well, I told you he looked like a police commissioner.
Hey, everybody, look. I've got something I want to show you.
Oh, we'll see it later, Bumps. We're very busy.
But this might make me famous. I might get a job with Luck. What are you talking about? The picture I took in the kitchen. I developed it in the basement. Sort of blurred, but you can see. Here, hold it up to the light.
Let me see it. Yes. A remarkable shot.
Of the burglar?
Of you, Commissioner, stretched flat on the floor.
Here, give me that thing.
Oh, don't tear it up.
Why, if this ever got into the papers...
But there's more on it. See? Look, in the background.
By jingoes? I believe that's our burglar. Look at the moronic face.
That's me you're looking at.
I mean standing next to you, stupid. Let me see. It is all right. Why, it's two-term Fagan. So, he's our man.
You know him, Commissioner?
I should say I do, and with this as proof, we'll nab him.
I guess I'm a hero.
You certainly are, child. Fagan, huh? I think he's wanted as a crook in Chicago.
Really? I thought Chicago had enough crooks.
Oh.
Tell me now, what do they want more for?
word from our sponsors.